Right, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go switch over here. Glad to see you in one piece. Got any snake bits to show me? Yeah, he wanted us to go kill snakes that were handing. They were causing issues to the train. He was sick of the snakes on his train, you see. Look at that, must have belonged to a real whopper. I reckon we could have used this to make an anti-venom. If someone gets bit, it might even save their life. You know, I hate to say it, but if there's any more of that snake out there, we can sell its skin for leather. We even need its meat, which is surprisingly tasty, despite not being a good source of revenue for the company. I better hurry, though, or the other critters will leave with nothing. Thanks for your help. You're welcome. Hey, Five. That reminds me. If anyone wants to argue for reserving a spot for, say, an upcoming trial at 99, this would be a good time to say something about that. So the engineer is like me. For those of us who call the plains home, Mount Luanazasaya, too many vowels, is a place of comfort. From that vantage point, our ancestors convened with the winds and the lands themselves. Perhaps my colleague was doing much the same. Anyway, she's bright-eyed and she's back, so cool. Ding. Oh, you want to hear something funny? Other than the fact that I just had a dead level. So, you notice I'm on my Black Mage. I also happened to do a couple of roulettes last night while I was hanging out with my niece. And I know that I'm playing Black Mage suboptimally, but playing Black Mage suboptimally is actually a lot of fun. It's kind of weird. And I was still top DPS, so that's whatever. No, not Blizzard Mage. I'll show you. Give me a minute. Let me turn on these quests. Pemmican. I used to live on this stuff back in too many vowels. This will give me enough strength for a whole day's work, and maybe another day after that. Can't tell you how much I appreciate all you've done for me. You're welcome. I do like playing Frost Mage, unironically. In fact, I think my mage is currently Frostspect. He must have invited every damn bomb and his cousin to the party. Sounds like he got there just in time. Of course, killing them the old-fashioned way is risky work, and it ain't easy to come up with someone with the skills, so I guess better come up with a better plan to keep the bombs at bay. Because apparently bombs affecting the cerulean fields is a regular issue around here. Go figure. No, that is absolutely not what I wanted to do. How many slot was that? Yeah. Listen. We needed to build a gigantic bomb. I don't know what you want from me. Well, I'll show you my rotation and you can make fun of me for it. But, like I said, it's actually a lot of fun. I'll be damned. Of course, now that mining's a thing of the past, I think I need a thing again. But there's a way I might use the skills I learned as a miner in the ceruleum industry. You're welcome. I feel like someone's heal bombing me. I don't know, it's just a vibe I'm getting. Well, like I said, I was top DPS, but first of all, I know I'm not being fully efficient because I know that there's so much you can do to micro-optimize Black Mage. But second of all, I'm pretty sure I'm doing several things wrong. I just kind of don't care. To tell the truth, I wanted to see it firsthand to see how to do it myself. It's part of the reason I brought here. I'm grateful for you sharing me the custom of how we put down people in arrows. Alright, so the 3 quests left are regionals and corn. So we'll come back to that in just a second. Thank you for the sub as always, Brennan. Hope you're doing as well as you can be. And if you want to Tell me what you want to put that towards. Let me know. Yep, those 3 left in this zone. Although I've got some other stuff to do, obviously. Alright, so. This isn't necessarily my opener, but the idea here. Blizzard 3, okay, that gets us into Blizzard mode. We do Blizzard 4, that gives us 3 marks. We do Fire 3 to instantly give us 3 things. Then we do Fire 4, Fire 4, Fire 4, Paradox, resets the timer, and obviously we use this on proc, and then we, sorry, I'm actually already falling behind, it's actually time sensitive, but another Fire 4, we pop this, took too long, now we have to reset the rotation. So let's reset the rotation. I'm talking it out, which is slowing me down, weirdly enough, so hang on. Blizzard 4, or Blizzard 8, or Blizzard 15, whatever. Blizzard 3, switch over here, use this on proc, 4, 4, retain, 4, 4, one more, spare, no? Okay, hang on, I screwed something up somewhere because I should have been able to despair there. Oh, I know what I did wrong. Sorry. So, hang on. Swap that. And then, now we do our triple. Sorry, I was also doing level 70 dungeons, which don't have all these features, because of course they don't. Then we switch back over to Blizzard. Then we refill our stacks. Then we swap back over here. Then we switch back to fire. Nice. Congrats, Brennan. Now we despair. There we go. There's despair. Then we switch back over here. Paradox. Actually, should have been done Paradox 1 step later, but that's okay. 1, 2, 3. Then we Paradox. Then we pop the proc. Then we pop the other proc. Back up to Blizzard. 3 stacks again. Switch right back to fire. We're going to do 2 Fire 4s this time because of how that lined up. Paradox to give us more time. Paradox didn't give us more time. That's kind of strange. Not sure why Paradox didn't give us more time there. So I've screwed up like 3 times, but you get the general gist of how I've been playing it. I shouldn't even try to be efficient with my Paradox and just use them. This instead. Thunder I use on proc entirely. It procs far more than I need it, for lack of a better way to put that. So I suppose yes is the answer to the question. Oh, Thunder procs on phase change. Well, no frickin' wonder. As I say, I was just getting Thunder procs for days. But I think I have another idea of how I could optimize. If I start weaving my procs into the Frost phase instead of the Fire phase, I can be more efficient and just try to squeeze all 3 Fire 4s in, like I'm doing right now. Switch back over to Frost. Get my proc. Hello? Okay, that was weird. Push my procs in over here while I'm in Frost, then switch over to Fire. The biggest thing I don't like about Black Mage is every now and again something happens and I don't actually know why. Rocks. Why am I not ice? Why does it keep happening? Why am I not ice? I don't understand why occasionally I don't go to ice. Anyways, point being, Black Mage sucks. Death to Black Mages, and death to living, obviously. Why didn't I go to ice? Why didn't I go to ice? Why am I not going to ice? Why did that take 3 casts to go to ice? How can that be a ping thing, though? How's it even possible for that to be a ping thing? Because 3 casts went off, and I was still ice. And now I'm still what? Okay, maybe I'm, like, turbo-lagged. What the hell? Zero, I'm ready. That's a good one. I should write that down. Evil Genius 2, Loop Hero, and Mech Warrior, 5 Mercenaries. Oh! Yes! That makes perfect sense, Caleb Mages. Okay. God! That was just throwing me! Let's switch to the level 50 tummy. No wonder! I'm like, why is stuff happening? Okay, so let's try this again. Ice. Stacks. Switch. 1. 2. 3. Despair. Switch. Rocks. Here. Rocks, stuff like this. Then switch back to fire, and then yeah, okay, there we go. Wow. Yeah, I honestly forgot missing was even a thing in this game. Anyways, you probably notice I'm not using my triple cast at all. That's actually very much on purpose. Triple cast is for when I have to move. And duh, right? Hey, there's an encounter. There's a big reticule and I have to run across the thing. That's when I pop triple cast. I've also got swift cast over there too. And obviously 7 is my ley lines, which I wasn't even bothering with. I think that's actually everything. But that's what I've been doing on Black Mage. You know, Rax is like, how do I play Viper? The answer is you don't. I mean, I play Viper also probably suboptimally. But the way I do it is Steel Fangs and Reaving Fangs with Serpent's Tail woven in. That's your standard. Pretty much as making sure that I'm always using Vice Winder. Vice Winder props, Hunter's Coil, Twin Fang, Twin Blood, Swiftkin's Coil, Twin Blood, Twin Fang. That's the default. That's the normal stuff. I've also got a Serpent's Ire, which gives me... I think it's Serpent's Ire. Yeah, which gives me a free Awaken. Awaken is just go through it the whole loop. So, Awaken, 1, 3, 2, 3, G3, F3. And I realize none of this helps you. I should shut up. Hi, so. Alright, here's the plan. We go to my foreman, the one who sent you to look for me. Tell him everything we know about the blue blob and how it ambushed my wagon and tried its darndest to get me in its gullet. And how the mere sight of a formidable warrior like you sent it running for the hills. Wasanpe's got the ear of the overseer, you see, so as long as we can convince him, the company's sure to do something. Send us an escort at least. I'll head over to the offices and drag him up from his desk. Join me as soon as you can. Uh-oh, hang on. It's Giga! Wait, nope. She's wearing normal clothes. And a cool umbrella. Hi. I don't know, is it techno enough? Let's see. I suppose I accept your outfit. Oh god, she's the penguin! Yeah! Yeah! Give me your best. Yeah! Giga. Where do I have Bonifant? Perfect, Giga. I actually think I removed Bonifant from my rotation. Not on purpose. Because it's not there right now. It's not a part of any of my rotation. How would I move Bonifant? Yeah, that's what I was just thinking. Like, maybe do a triple fire 4, then pop a Bonifant, and then go ahead and basically do another fire loop. And then end that fire loop with a Despair. Or, hang on. I could finish on a Despair. And then do Bonifant, and then do a fire loop, and then do a second Despair, couldn't I? Like, nothing would stop me from doing that. Right? Sorry, we are in... I'm gonna switch chat tabs for that. We're in since 1. Yeah, okay, so... Where do I want to put that, then? I've also got Flare Star on the bar already, but I don't have that spell yet already, so I don't know how that works out. And I was actually looking at my bar. I don't get much on the way from 90 to 100. I get the ability to move my ley lines. That's cool. My Thunder got a generic upgrade. Whatever. And then Flare Star is at 100. That's kind of it. Oh, and AoE rotation's really, really simple. High Blizzard 2, Freeze, and then High Fire 2, High Fire 2, High Fire 2. And obviously, High Thunder 2, you know, as is needed. And finish with a Flare, and then go back to High Blizzard 2, and then Freeze, and then go back to High Fire 2. Honestly, a pretty boring AoE rotation, but most classes are like that, so that's whatever. I apparently don't have Amplifier on my bar anymore either. Look to Reaper post 90 yet. Oh my god. So, no new abilities whatsoever. Okay. Interesting. Don't know if... There's transpose. Yeah, no, that just feels weak. It's funny because Reaper's in a good place, but like only at the higher levels too. Reaper honestly could use a bit of a rejiggering, I think. Sorry, I'm getting... Oh, fuck my God, that's the stupid quest. I'm not even reviewing classes this stream. Oh my god! Thank you for finding Kayamene and bringing her back safe. She said you had wanted to talk about something? Yeah. How the hell, little Billy? That's right, I was on my way back from Tuliolo Trailhead when I was set upon by a thrice-damned demon. If it wasn't for Laurier, I'd be drowning in that devilish jelly's belly right now. You say Lore saw this blue blob too? He did. He's not the only one. Plenty of the other tappers have seen them, prowling around the wells and wagons. Even some of the engineers servicing the rigs. You see the connection, don't you? They're nosing around anything and anyone that smells of ceruleum. Maybe they're attracted to it. Maybe that's why they attracted to me. Maybe. If they are and they're aggressive, then they're a threat to our work as mechanic. But there's something about all this that doesn't hold water. Heard about these things too, the blue blobs. Been keeping track of the sightings. Even made a map of them. What I found? Not most of the sightings have been around Shalawani Station. Not a single one near the Maw of Shinshaya. You know the Maw, right? Pits of ceruleum near the rigs. The ones that are always catching light. It's the sunlight that sets them off. They burn themselves out occasionally, but the next day they're all aflame again. What I'm saying is the whole place stinks of ceruleum, so how come there's not been a sighting there? Even with all the wagons taking the trail straight through it. And how come the one that followed you there took off as soon as it drew near? It took one look at me and knew it's met its match. That's what I was thinking. It might be the fire, but they don't seem to mind around the rigs. No, it's gotta be something else. I want you to look into this. Go back to the Maw. Figure out what's keeping him at bay. You grew up around these parts, right? Maybe the folk in your old stomping ground knows what we don't. You know what the Overseer's like. Keep his purse strings tight. So I can prove these things are really attracted to ceruleum and attack. It wasn't just a freak coincidence. He's never going to stump up the guild to guard every convoy. Understood. Time to stab Mr. Red. Except I can't paint the blood back into him. How would a black mage heal you? Hold still, I'm going to cauterize the wound. Exactly, Andre. I will make your pain go away forever. Thank you, Act. And thank you, Mr. Red. And let's see here. So, Act is putting that towards Leaf, off, Mortis, Ghost. And Mario Sticker Star. Let's try putting it towards Darkness 2. R and C up your arsenal. Little Kitty, Big City. You know, this is the closest I've ever been to one of these pits. My grandma always told me never to go near the Maw. If I burned myself to a crisp, I'd only have myself to blame. But duty calls. Why is that not on my bar? Crystal at the bottom of the pool? I found one too. Stubbing my toe on the wretched thing. Guess my grandma was right. Jumping in the maw is dangerous. Yeah. So someone put a crystal there deliberately. Actually, no, Act. But then again, I was usually busy at my old job. Plus, you can't, like, fall asleep in an office chair, right? It just doesn't work. That's just pain. We'll try and see it. However, the easiest and simplest way to combat being sleepy, especially at work, is a quick stretch break. Just get up, stretch your joints out a little bit, do some jumping jacks. I know we all feel silly doing jumping jacks, but they're actually a really good stretch exercise. Maybe get some squats in, you know. She's actually my grandmother, you know. She's one of the village elders who takes her duties more seriously than most. She's always on about keeping an eye on everyone, whether they like it or not. Let's try and find her. Found her. Sure, I've seen her. One of the village kids was playing around the fields, and she didn't take too kindly to it. Chased him up the street, saying she was going to give him to the hiding of his life for damaging the crops. No, that was definitely ceruleum-filled water, Mount Overlord. You're looking for her. She said she had to call one of the ladies in the village. Only thing stopping her dragging me home by my hair. Oh, God. Well, I never did caffeine for obvious reasons. Well, I shouldn't say never. I tried caffeine. I don't do that anymore. I've never even heard of it, Mr. Red. Who are you? What do you want? I found her. Excellent work. Friend of Kayamene's, huh? I see she's got you running errands for her. Whatever you want, make it quick. I've got places to be. Yeah, we wanted you to ask me about these stones. We found them in the mall. Fool of a girl. It's one of the warding stones that keeps the beast from coming back. You picked it out and brought it here? You're reckless or just plain stupid? I just want to know what it was. Then shut your mouth and open your ears while I tell you tales of the blue beast. Time was it stalked these lands. A demon of burning blue flame would rise up from the maw on a moonless night to wreak fiery death across Shaluani. Only when its thirst for destruction was sated would it fade to nothing. But its evil spirit lived on, welling up from the underworld and taking the shape of its minions, the devil's droplets that would throw themselves into the fiery pit to summon their master once more. Our ancestors knew that whatever those thrice damned things appeared, it was only a matter of time till the blue beast rose again. Till a young miner had made a discovery that would change our fate forever. A strange, pale ore that drove the droplets away. A stone in each pit, and that was the last we ever saw of the beast. That was the last we ever would see of it, but then you decided to get in your stupid head to go paddling about a pool of hellfire and run away with the only thing keeping us safe. You go put those stones back this instant, and I'll think about sparing you the lash. Nice lady. Yeah, seriously, you could have told us about that before. But whatever. Good morning, Maverick. One time at work, I had a kidney stone attack the entire shift. That was a unique experience. Gary actually had to work for me that night. I was incapable of doing anything except sitting in my chair and wailing, essentially. So let's get the crystals back. This is not your fault. Oh my god. I know, right, Bragan? Fool of a toque. Grandma, if this is really important, maybe you should have told me that. Instead of just don't go in the pool. God. Just in time, I found Weston Pei being attacked by 3 of those things. Okay, boulder. Higher. Demand that you get something sweet, Yura. I don't care that you don't like sweet things. It's the law. Get something sweet. I can't be held responsible for what happens next. Alright, chicken Kiev doesn't sound sweet or even particularly good, but it'll have to do. Although I have no idea what it is or how it tastes, or anything about it whatsoever. But I know this. Time to finally cook Rax's hair. There we go. Okay, now we can join Zero. You got him. Oh, thank you, Laura. Yeah, you're welcome. I was done with the delivery, so I thought I'd look around and I see these blue blobs. Fought them off best I could, but it's 3 against 1. You're wrong. The reason they attacked you is because of us. Because of me. It's all my fault for something I had no idea of whatsoever. Old stones and old magic. Stones are the only thing keeping them from the pits. I'm so sorry. You weren't to know. The question is, what do we do about it? We know the blobs are attracted to cerulean, but we know they're dangerous. We know they won't go anywhere near the stones you provided. To me, that provides a plan. They were mined in Yowakwa Canyon. We can go there and get more. Now let's do it. Okay, real talk, I'm not super impressed with the side quests in the zone so far. Like, the only one that really stuck out in my mind so far, well, other than the regional we haven't done yet, is, there was one where they were talking about how they revere the, I can't remember what they're called, but the buffalo. And how they've used the buffalo's natural instincts for survival for years to guide where they should live, and where they should eat, and where they should drink, and what's safe, and blah, 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 blah. And that led to a whole cultural thing, and that was cool. The Ronek, that's them. The buffalo, like I said. And that was cool. That was a little bit of neat world building, but honestly, that's it. I have not been impressed with this zone so much. At least in terms of quest design. I decided not to give this zone 2 negatives, because I wanted to. Because this is a, like, from a pure gameplay overworld design, look at this. This is a nothing burger zone. Big, empty swaths of nothing. No real guidance, no real flow. No real smart placement of quests or items or objects or NPCs or anything. The only thing it has going for it is the fact that it actually has 3 waypoints. One there, one there, and one there. By contrast, well, obviously I already showed the Heavensward version of it, but like, look at this zone. This zone sucks from an overall design perspective. First of all, you've got this giant chasm in between, which obviously gets in the way unless you already have flying. Navigating the lower zone is irritating because it looks relatively smooth and isn't, and so you're constantly running into cliffs or forests or pits. And there's one waypoint way over there on the corner, so the least possibly useful place to put it, and another one in the opposite corner. So think about this giant swath in the middle. You can't see my mouse cursor, but like, think about the giant swath of empty in the middle that mandates, walking through it. Sorry, I'm not trying to bash, it's just I like to show my work. Okay, I think, yep, so, now for the loan shark thing. I should have warned him my next client may be something of a hassle. He ran off in the middle of the night, and I haven't seen hide nor hair of him since. Luckily for us, I heard from an acquaintance of mine that someone fitting his description was seen lurking around the Jacques Tural Skygate. We're looking for a minstrel named Zemeshpe, a Tsaro with black hair, about the same age as me. Surprisingly shy. But yeah, no, I agree with Blade Taval and I agree with Matt Overlord. This zone feels underbaked. Like, when I first saw a big old desert zone in the America expansion, my first thought was, hell yes! This place has sucked. Even the MSQ here wasn't good. So, not good MSQ, not good side quests. Even the regional quest was boring. What? Like, this feels like one person on the project team was like, I want to make a Western zone. And they're like, okay, here you go. I mean, and you'll notice they abandoned this aesthetic almost immediately, right? Like, we show up. Let's actually process this. So we show up. We're like, hey, we gotta take out them varmints. Okay, let's go take out those varmints. All right, we took out those varmints. And then the airship attack happens. Like, that's what they do with the Western Zone. Hell, I can't even properly enjoy the aesthetics because it's constantly cloudy. Or gusty, or whatever. Yeah, we got all these cerulean fields. We haven't done jack with them. Even the regional quest I just did was basically, hey, a while ago, we put some warding stones over the fields to keep monsters away from them. That's it. Like, this zone actually looks pretty legit in the sun, but I've only been able to see that like a grand total of 3 times since I've been here. Oh, who are you? Yeah, true enough. I mean, we do know that there's a 7.1 quest that goes through here because we've already seen people cloud around the NPCs, so that is something. I'll give you that. But yes, I'm Zemshpe. What do you want from me? You found him. Nice work, Lore. Oh, Zitekwa. What are you doing here? Looking for you. Yeah, no, the side quests in the previous 3 zones have actually been pretty legit. No, 2 zones. 3? Oh, God. You know what I mean. The Southern American zones have actually been pretty legit, and it is 3, I'm right. And I've almost universally been enjoying them. This just is just a weird stumbling block in the middle of the expansion. And I wouldn't be surprised if this was trailer bait. But the other thing I feel like is they really wanted to get to their sci-fi Tron story. So there's just this big empty zone that's just like a more or less literal bridge between the South American plot and the Tron plot. One moment, let me jot down some notes. I see tons of potential here. Like we got the Old West aesthetic, we got the Cerulean aesthetic, we've got the culture of, you know, the equivalent of the American Indians. Like, there's some cool stuff here. They just don't think about any of it yet. Anyways, word around town is you were in a hurry to leave to Dawntrail, but I'm afraid I can't let you leave just yet. I have to punch out your eyeballs. You may not look it, but he's quite a popular minstrel. Or at least he was. It's been what feels like ages since he wrote a song. And he can only make so much singing the same old tune day in, day out. Zimspe came to me for help, and I gladly offered him a loan. Should have been enough to get him by until inspiration struck. But it hasn't. With no money to pay you back, I panicked. Maybe if I sold my instruments. Those instruments are your livelihood. I can never ask you to do such a thing. Here, give me your hand. But I've yet to return what I already owe you. What you need is to meet new people and new places. Experience more of the world than just this place. A minstrel's inspiration doesn't just come from thin air, right? You see, I learned something today. When I beat the ever-living tar out of you to get money out of you, it's not really as satisfying as the career I was hoping for. So take the money, go to Dawntrail. For the next month, I want you to travel. See everything there is to see. Find your muse. Bring back the Zemshe we all know and love. Thank you. I won't let this guild go to waste. I swear. Yeah, every time I do this kind of a loan sharky thing in a video game, I think of the "Where's my money" bit from Family Guy. If you know, you know. What do you think? Job well done, wouldn't you say? Yes. What do you expect me to do? I'm not a monster. You do lend out money. Actually, no, Blade Taval, and it's making me more suspicious the longer it goes on. So we're off to see a young dancer by the name of Tomeza. She's pretty famous with fans all around Shiloani. It's a real shame if she had to quit on account of being so sick. The medicine she needed was expensive, to say the least, but I footed the bill. She reached out to me not long ago with good news she's not only fully recovered, but looking to start dancing again. Okay. Yeah, seriously, just open a frickin' bank. I know what you're thinking. Banks aren't any better, but, I mean, if he's already decent folk, right? I've actually never sat down and watched the entire movie of Great Lebowski, because I kinda hated the parts I did see. Sure enough, Yuzenkorp. Good to see you. Well, you brought a friend. Well, let me get right to the point. I want you to help promote my upcoming show, and I want you to do it with dancing. You can't be serious. A far more exciting alternative to standing idle passing around flyers, surely. I've seen how well you can dance after you've had a few drinks at the saloon. All the proceeds will go to repaying my debt to you with interest. So the more people in attendance, the sooner you're repaid in full. And your friend here, he's not from Tural, is he? Well, I have no doubt he knows a step or two. I don't know. The Shepherd Shuffle. Alright. Yeah, true enough, Blade Taval. I do admit, it's nice to see, you know, a moneylender that isn't just the worst human being. Like, you remember the German guy in Red Dead Redemption 2? Because he was probably the single most evil character in that entire game, and that is saying something. Sorry, if it's not clear, I am referring to the moneylender in Red Dead Redemption 2. Thross. That's him. Just garbage human being. Okay, so I appreciate the dance, and that's amazing, Bragwin, but, like, I'm transfixed by this chocobo with a cactuar on its back. Oh, no, have you not seen the elven dance? Here, I'll show you in the next one here real quick. Here, look at a real dance for a second, because I'm about to show you a terrible dance. Okay, that was a dance. This is a shuffle. Maybe? Actually, yeah, Mad Overlord. Okay, you ready for it? You ready for it? That's it. That's the dance. Mighty fine footwork. No, it isn't. Yeah, no, I like Elizon quite a bit, but several of its animations are terrible. Like, you should see the Psych Up animation, which is essentially just punching someone in the gut a few times. Let's see, it's like Psych, I think. No, Pump, maybe? Oh god, what's the Pump Up emote? Like, what's the command? Hype, maybe? No. Rally. Punch! It's just... What is this? Like, I'm sorry. WoW dances crush FF14 dances, and they should. They're based on real-life dances. What did I do to deserve this performance? Yeah, exactly what I wrote. It's a good question. I don't know, but he's drawn quite a crowd. Even after all the time, her fans adore her. She's a Makote dancing in a bikini. Of course, her fans adore her. Give me a break. Female undead dance. The most basic dance of all. It also only has one loop instead of, like, rotating between 3 or 4. I'm partial to orc male myself. Seeing as we have time, now might be a good time to tell you how I started this business. I said my grandpa found himself in a tight corner because of the gill. That was a long time ago, before selling our land, before I was even born. Even when it was little more than a sparse collection of shops, it still saw its fair share of tradesmen passing through. My father and grandpa made their living catching and selling game for them to for Pell. Then one day, when trying to sell more game, a merchant told them that gil would soon be the currency of choice. They'd be better off exchanging all their Pell for gil while there was still time. Unable to see through the lies, they played into the scheme, traded away all their hard-earned Pell at horrible rates. With only a paltry sum of gil left to their names, they were at a loss. Then they met the woman who'd be my mother. She was deeply moved by their plight and lent them the money she was saving to start a new life in Tuliolo. You can't put a price on such an act of selflessness, which is why when they learned what their savings were for, they opened their home to her until they could repay their debt. The three began a new life together. Years passed, and by the time the debt had been repaid, my parents had already fallen in love. It's a story my mother told me often as a child before they passed away. If not for my mother's kindness, I wouldn't be here. That's all I ever wanted to do was follow in her footsteps. That's why I sold her land and started the business. That's actually pretty legit. And the kind of thing that proves this is a fantasy. Did you know in Star Trek, there's a character... This is true. There's a character who made his fortune and then, like, used that fortune purely for philanthropic purposes to the point where he eventually went broke and then made another fortune so he could do it again. And then a third time. And that was what he did with his time. Was he would make a ton of money and then he would spend it on helping people. I imagine it won't be long before Tomasi is finished. Hey, Pokemibo. I'm glad at least someone's watching the VODs. Seems it'll be a while longer, so you don't have to wait here with me. Besides, isn't it about time you turned to speak to my grandfather? I think you've seen by now that all there is to see about my work. I'm fairly sure I saw him by the saloon. He'll give me your honest thoughts about my work. Fair enough, Inamisho. I could see a Ferengi doing that for the challenge of it, yeah. Just actually be like, you know what? I can make money off of nothing, and I'll prove it too. I'll give away every freaking piece of Latin of my own, and then I'll make every single one of them back. And then they go do that, right? I can see a Ferengi pulling that kind of a thing. Idea for our track. So what kind of trouble is my grandson up to? Dude. Dealing in low, swindling people out of their pell. Gods, I thought we raised him better than that. You're an idiot. Set it over the dance hall. I've made up my mind. I need to see what's become of my grandson with my own eyes. Okay. I feel like this is a little anachronistic. Jesus. That didn't sound right. It should be anachronistic. And I kept stuttering over that. Right? Because chrono, right? Whatever. I know, Inamisho. When your joke character is better than the people they're parodying. That's when you know. It's that squirrel. It's all that squirrel's fault. We have been living in the ridiculous universe this whole time. Show was a huge success thanks in no small part to your help. As promised. This is more than we agreed on. I can't accept this. Ah, don't be silly. I only wish I had more to offer. I could have never hoped to afford that medicine from Tuliolo. And I'd made peace with the consequences of that. Grim, though that may sound. But you wouldn't hear it. You loaned me the money I needed for treatment, and here I am, taking the stage again. A dream come true in the sense of the word. You give me a second chance at life, and for that I will be forever grateful. I think I've seen enough. Wales, Triaxia. Grandpa, what are you doing here? I knew you was with this harlot. Sorry. He actually says, my heart is now at ease. I carried so much resentment from moneylenders. I assumed the worst when I heard about your job. I was blinded to the good you do and the people you help. So, the cantankerous old man recognizes the error of his old ways and accepts his grandson for who he is and what he's doing. Definitely a fantasy game. I didn't talk to you sooner. I was convinced you'd be cross with me, and I didn't know how to broach the topic without upsetting you. Always so considerate. This town could stand to see a little more of that. I'd like you to hear more about your job, if that's all right. Once you're finished for the day. You're determined to keep. Oh, you're determined to see me keep it, aren't you? I suppose Grandpa and I have a lot of catching up to do. Ignore the airships and the giant lightning bubble in the background. I do like infinite RC cars. Oh, that's another thing. Money lending without charging an arm and a leg and interest. Where is it? There it is. There's our cross regional. Yeah, the fatigue has been rearing its ugly head, Also, I've been trying to talk too quickly, which is part of the problem. Also, I'm talking a lot. There you are. You ready to go? The canyon's to the south of town, near Bobsville. Remember, we're looking for more of that stone we found at the cerulean pits, understood? Yep. We might need a moneylender, though. I mean, the very concept of charging interest is its own problem. And has been for all of human history. See, that's why you get someone like Arthur, Inamisha. Where's my money? Ooh. The warding stones were a lot paler and more crystalline than the rest of the rocks around here. Let's split up. Give me a shout if you found anything like what we saw in the pits. I mean, nowadays, it's illegal to kill someone for scamming you. I'm not sure why, but, you know. Yeah, dividends. I actually was legitimately, unironically thinking about dividends and the concept thereof this morning. I know someone personally who used to look down upon, let's call them the working class, like me, because we were so lazy. That person was well off because they had invested a ton of their money. Now, if that doesn't make sense, allow me to put that into different perspective. They were elitist because they thought I was lazy for not having a bunch of money. And the reason they had a bunch of money was because they weren't doing anything to make money. The money was making money itself. I mean, yes, I realize that there are people whose jobs are being made making that money, but the person making the money wasn't doing anything. They were being lazy. Did they change their mind? Nope. I haven't talked to them in like 20 years. No use. I've looked and looked, but all I see is sand. Sand. Yeah, I really have no idea where that came from, but that thought, that memory just popped in my head this morning. And it was just like, huh. And then I started thinking about investment in terms of fiction, because I can't do anything about real life, right? So I was thinking about what I would do with investment in the Empire, in the Extant. Because, as I've said many times, the concept of investment is a good one and should exist. But the problem is there's sort of this automatic presumption that's existed for about a century in real life, where you are presumed to make money off of investment, which I know sounds weird, but the fact that that's a default, right, like the fact that that's the baseline, I think is at least the root of several problems we've been having, because then, of course, you need to make even more money, and it just kind of, it spirals, right? We found a bone. Okay, so some creature died here, and its bone has crystallized into ether. I think we more or less literally just found some materia. Also true, Blade Jamal. And also true, Lenarov. And yeah, Takoda is also correct. There's this weird thing where people... I've actually talked about this before. For the longest time when I was growing up, there was a non-stop, let's call it what it is, propaganda push towards investing. Right? Like, okay, South Park made fun of this, but this goes well before South Park existed. There's a scene in South Park where, you know, it's the end, it's gone scene. But he's trying to teach his son about properly caring for his money and taking care of it and financial responsibility. And of course, how do you be financially responsible? You invest. It would be wasteful to just let that money sit in a pit. That money needs to go to work for you. And that has been the predominant, like, running mental push, at least in this country, for, I'd say at least since the 40s, bare minimum. Like, that's what you do. That's the responsible adult thing to do, is to go invest all your money. Now, you're probably thinking, well, yeah, but really think about that for a second, because you put that money into something, and someone else goes and tries to use your money to essentially invest and gamble and do their own things. And you have, for all intents and purposes, loaned that money to that firm, which is now playing with your money, makes a bunch of money, and then gives you a pittance of that back as your interest for the loan you have given them. Because that's functionally what's happening in that transaction. And yeah, well, don't even get me into fractional reserve banking. I don't even want to talk about that nonsense. Sorry, I just keep talking about economics. I'm sorry, I apologize. I'm doing a moneylender quest. What do you want from me? Good to see you again. Can I buy you a drink? Actually, I need a loan. See, there's this Vieira woman, and she's right there, and I can't afford her. Oh, you can't afford her either. Oh man, okay. You prefer a mine? I agree with you, Ina Michelle. I know with total certainty that my mother, who is very stupid about economics, was not trying to be malicious or otherwise ill-intended when she pushed onto me constantly the idea that I should invest my money. She was just listening to other people who told her that. And as you point out, Ina Michelle, legitimately bad actors have been pushing that idea for a very long time because they can make tons of money off of us. Like, think about it for a second, right? You don't have that much money, and you don't, and you don't, and you don't. But if I get a few thousand people to all dump their money into my bank, I've got something to work with. So you make that the norm. If I understand the situation correctly, she needs to mine fossilized beast bones, but her management is too tight to foot the bill. Why bother, little Billy? It won't help anything. What more is there here? If lore vouches for you, that's good enough for me. I owe him a debt, and I mean to pay it. Besides, this proposal sounds like it'd benefit the whole wilds. Well, let's do it then. I don't want people to throw money at me. I accept it because I have to in order to pay the bills. But the goal is not to rip money out of people's pockets. That's what the vacuum's for. You tell me, Leneruth. Because I don't think he actually owes us anything. I think he's just being facetious. Up! The only joy I've had in this zone is clicking down machinations. Yes, it's about the beasts that have been prowling the plants. But I'm an oil tycoon. Oh, who knows, Gyraxia? Basic lack of understanding of economic principles would be my answer to you, Gyraxia. You sure these stones really do ward the blobs away? How do we know this isn't an old legend you're just basing on an idle talk? They do, sir. I'm sure of it. 3 of the things had me cornered until she showed up holding one of the stones. They were afraid and not of her. There's no doubt in my mind we can mine more of this stuff and scatter it around the cerulean works, just like her ancestors did. And keep the whole operation safe. If there's any operation left to keep safe, we're already in deep with the banks for the new rigs and the plant refit. Until production ramps up, where am I going to get the guild to open up a whole new dig site? That's my job. Sorry, you are? Moneylender by trade. Oh, so you're pure evil. No, I'm from FF14. Oh, okay, I understand now. Alright. Lest you forget, 2 of your workers have already been attacked. Please, sir, I don't want to lose my life or my job. I do like killing people. How much do I pay you? Clearly isn't enough. I asked you to drive your wagon to us, and you came to me with a plan to save the whole damn wilds. By the way, I'm not giving you a raise. I may be a Final Fantasy oil tycoon, but I'm still an oil tycoon. let me get the cigar going on here. Looks like this is where we part ways. Farewell, my friend. Interesting, if it may word. So, we did it. Well, that was a boring regional quest. Why did I even do these quests? God dang. Negative to story, which I've actually already written down. I looked at it, but I didn't understand it, unfortunately, a little bit. So I approve completely. I don't know, Giga. Depends on how many of the other gigantic projects get pushed through. Alright, let's do the treat at the end here, shall we? How good to see you, keeping your belly full throughout your adventures, I hope. A most terrible stomach rumbling drew me to this place, but I'm afraid I cannot yet make my presence known to the people here. Might I beg your assistance? It is an otherwise strapping young man in dire need of sustenance, if you'd follow me. For real, I've never even touched the submersible thing, so I really was just like, okay. And I don't know anything about that. Oh, wow, Blitzball. It reminds me of something we did in high school, which was more infrastructure-based. It was essentially, you need to invest in something. You get X amount of budget. Where do you put it in a way that's going to benefit everyone the most? And then everyone voted on who won based on their decision. My team lost. Can you guess what we invested in? You feel it? That foul wind sweeping across the wilds. Stings like this pain in my stomach every time I think about what I did. All I wanted was to get away from home and get out of inheriting that damn farm. Thought if I could find cerulean out here, I'd strike it rich. So he's ever repelled my name to buy mining equipment, starting digging. Day in, day out, hoping to find something, anything to recoup what I lost. All I found is disappointment. Oh dear, his stomach is gripped by deepest despair. He needs something to rekindle the flame of hope in his belly. This should serve, corn roasted with the fiery passion that burns in my bosom. Roasted corn? Well, that takes me back. Ma used to cook this stuff all the time. God, I was such a horrible kid. Never listened, always complained, but she loved me anyways. If anything happened to her out here, I don't want to think about it. I should go home and apologize. Maybe think about working those corn crops. Thank goodness we arrived when we did. The roasted corn served to help remedy what ails him so. Left unchecked, his frustration may well have led to anger he could unleash on himself or others. With a full belly, however, he had a clarity of mind to remember what matters most to him, his family. The rumblings of bellies have ceased here, so I believe it's time I took my leave. Take care, friend. So, all of you have made good guesses, but my answer was much, much more boring than what you're thinking. We invested in water. Most specifically in pumps and pipes and cleaning facilities. Even did a whole report on it. The projected outcome was that it was going to not only result in cleaner and safer water for a larger area, but actually provide more water for areas that didn't have regular plumbing. How much revenue will that generate? Essentially none. Would you like to know the group that actually won Act? Or anybody? It's gonna sound like I'm making it up, I swear. Entertainment is close. It's something so stupid, you're never gonna guess it. It's something so stupid. I'll just tell you. Ice cream. They decided to open new ice cream places all around the city. So... Yeah, basically food trucks. I mean, this would have been 90s, so ice cream trucks were still a pretty regular thing. Actually, yeah, this might have been the Cold Stone bad era. I'm not sure exactly. Yep. High profit, low cost, low maintenance. And everyone likes ice cream. Food trucks are legit, but like... ice cream. I should mention one of the other teams also offered trash. It was a new trash disposal plan to help deal with some of the landfill issues that we were actually having in real life. This is high school. This would have been junior year, 98. Because so this is, I'll go and tell you, this is back in Kansas, and they really were having a bit of a landfill problem because Kansas has this weird issue. I guess I should say, I haven't lived there in a while, where they have lots and lots of land, so they are extremely wasteful about it. So they have really big landfills that are just getting bigger. Again, past tense, this is 20 years old information at this point. I mean, the best donuts I've ever had in my life was a local mom and pop place back by where Gary used to live. So, relatable. It's been a good 8 years since I've been there, so I don't know. Unfortunately, a lot of local places that are really good shut down thanks to COVID. It's okay, the big corporations survived COVID. They made money. Sorry. You ever want to understand the problem with corporate America in one sentence? Take this into consideration. How long do you think a typical executive works at a given job? On average. Sorry, I meant in terms of years. I mean, you're right. Executives barely do any actual work. But it's actually down to 3 years now. The people who make the decisions job hop constantly. And really, that explains so much by itself. Like, every time someone says, I can't understand why a company would do such a thing, you have to remember, the company isn't doing that thing. It's the people who are in charge who won't be there in a year or 2 or 3. Here's the really sad part. That's the current best model. Everyone should job hop right now, in general, like regardless of industry. That's not actually a joke, by the way. The generally considered best practice is to make sure that you never work at a given job for too long. And you're probably thinking, why? So there's actually a lot of reasons that go into that. But the most fundamental reason is your pay will go up. If you go from your existing job to a new job, there's a fairly good chance they will go ahead and give you a salary that's more competitive than you can get at your current place, because industry has moved, time has moved, and you have all this experience at your back to justify that pay, right? You're probably thinking, well, why don't I just get a raise in my existing place? Nobody really does that. I shouldn't say nobody. Essentially, what in the world? Essentially, nobody does that. You don't... company loyalty hasn't been a thing in decades at this point. And the pittance raises that people get are just not keeping up. It's why several people who end up staying at jobs end up making substantially less than people who job hop. Because the amount of increase of income from raises is less than the amount of increase in income from job hopping. Does that make sense? If the answer is no, then congratulations, you actually have a brain, because that whole thing is stupid. Yeah, there was this thing. I feel like there's someone over here. There was this thing for a long time where the concept of job loyalty was something people wanted. And so companies would go out of their way to try and make sure that you stayed happy in your job and keep you on board. Those days are gone. There it is. I literally couldn't see it. That's hilarious. How did this mindset come about? I actually don't know. I've never studied where this comes from. I've only studied the phenomenon itself. It's a wild phenomenon because it only makes sense if you look at it from a surface level. The more you dig into the reality of it, the more you realize how extremely stupid it is from a long-term sustainability perspective. Like, from a zoomed out, civilization perspective is the best way I can put that. It doesn't make sense. And it is actually damaging a lot of people in a lot of countries, and a lot of education cycles, and a lot of corporate cycles, and a lot of career cycles. But it is the way things are right now. There's also the problem that if you have plenty of experience at your job, it may or may not matter. Hang on a sec. There you go. Have your ring. Yeah, no, so let me use a specific example. Let's say that you work as someone who runs the window at a fast food place, right? That's cool. That's your own thing. Let's say that you work at that job for a while and you decide to job hop. So you go to try to find some other place to job hop to, and they're like, well, I've got 1 billion people just like you. Why would I want you? Well, but I've got years of experience. Yes, but you're not worth it. They won't say this to your face. But your experience, your knowledge, your skill, even if you have actually decided to become a better worker, doesn't matter. It is not relevant to them because you are what they call unskilled labor, which, by the way, is its own fallacy. So you could have 10 years of good experience working at a low-skill job. Doesn't matter. See, that's the other layer there, Blade of all. I actually know people personally who would specifically stay at their existing jobs because they just didn't feel like dealing with job hopping. Usually they were comfortable, like you say, right? And job security is a fiction. There's no such thing as job security right now. So if you've got a job that is relatively static and isn't going to, you're not in imminent danger of being booted, yeah, I don't blame you for staying there. Yeah, job hunting is its own thing. Good God. Does anybody actually enjoy job hunting? I actually did a dive on this recently because a friend of mine was looking for a job and was trying to figure out why they were getting so few bites back, even from people who are actually doing interviews. And I decided, like I said, to do some research on it, found a lot of reasons why people will actually go out of the way to post tons and tons of job offerings with no intention of ever filling them. Well, time to do another poop quest. Oh, thank God. He doesn't actually want us to get the alpaca dung. So there's actually a bunch of reasons. That's the funny part. It's a bunch of coincidences coming together. First of all, it's a weirdly cheap, easy way to maintain a list of people to hire in case, for whatever reason, they need to do a sudden hiring spree. They've got you there, and they've got a whole bunch of other people they've been doing interviews with, too. And thus, they've got the pick of the litter, metaphorically speaking. Oftentimes, they tend to actually go through those lists and actually order them in order of priority, if job openings actually show up. Then there's the fact that most companies who are looking to hire get various financial benefits for doing so, like Hazardous mentioned. Even if there's no direct, tangible benefit to it, showing that you are hiring, even if you have not hired anybody, tends to look good in investment meetings and on portfolios, and so your stock tends to go up, and investors tend to be happy because you're hiring. Growth, right? Then there's taxes. Because a fairly large number of governments tend to give tax benefits to people who are hiring in order to try and combat employment. The problem is they give tax benefits to people who are hiring, not people who have hired. And again, the distinction's kind of important here. I agree with you completely, by the way, Serrani. We're not in the Great Depression anymore. You know what I mean? We're not in a well, okay, parts of the world are no longer in a survivalist scenario. We no longer need every single person pulling their weight in order to survive. We should probably reach a point as a species where we deprioritize working as the singular most important metric of how successful and worthwhile of a person you are. God, I'm not even going to go into that. Now, for a little bit of ray of sunshine there. It is nice to know that there are still mom and pop places that are still operating and still doing their own thing. You've probably never heard of them because that's kind of the point, right? Let me use a specific example. There's a Korean joint. It's this Texas gentleman and this Korean woman. Now, this is back where I used to live, so this is a couple states that way. But it was this Texas gentleman and this Korean woman. They got married, and they combined Texas barbecue with Korean barbecue. And they've got this tiny little place. Like, it's basically the size of a kitchen with enough room to slap down, like, the cash register, and that's it. And the parking lot there is pathetic. And that place is crammed every hour that they're open. They also happen to be in a really good position because they are in like a 2-minute drive from multiple office parks. In other words, they're in walking distance of office parks. They're doing great. Pretty much, Rex. Oh, dude. I've actually only ever successfully eaten there once because several times we'd go, the lines were so long, we were just like, that's not a thing we can deal with. Like, we literally don't have time. Now, obviously, that's just one example, but the reason I'm trying to bring that up is that obviously it's all doom and gloom when it comes to big corporations because they're all evil, horrible death dooms. But it's just nice to know that every now and again there are people like me who can actually manage to do it on my own and make it work. Which, of course, I owe completely to you. The Determined Naturalist. Sounds like a giant beaver to me. Giant. I would love to behold this grandeur with my own eyes. Sure. This guy from Charlotte is visiting here, and he's looking into the local ecosystem. Apparently there's rats. Oh man, a local sushi joint. I haven't had one of those in a long time. There's this local place. This is, again, more states ago. This is back in Indiana. Hang on a sec. And it was the most hole-in-the-wall joint you've ever seen. Like, we say hole-in-the-wall. No. It was like... It was just a room, kitchen, which was, like, slammed into the corner. And there was no air conditioning, there was no seats or chairs, there was no fancy wallpaper, there was no TV. There was none of the things you kind of mentally get used to being in a foodery, right? In an eatery. It was just, you walk in, and it was like an empty closet, except there was a kitchen over there. And it is the best fried chicken I've ever had in my life. And they would make whatever you want, pretty much on the spot. And if you had any custom requests, you'd just be like, hey, could you do it this way? And they'd be like, sure. Or you could ask them, hey, I really like spicy chicken. Could you do something like that? You got it. And that's what I did, by the way. I was like, yeah, I like spice. I like spicy chicken. Sure thing. Here you go. It was really freaking good. There's a local burger joint around here that sells burgers that use cookies for buns. I haven't been brave enough yet. Keep meaning to. Because I'm just... I gotta know, right? Like, I gotta know. Wait, why are you summoning the Serpent Lord? Oh god, Bragwin, no! Bragwin was always an evil cultist. Yeah, I'm sure you've heard of the donut buns, which I've heard of too. And I think like KFC did that for a while. Where's the zone for this fate? Okay. These are local varmints. Oh my god, they are beavers. Oh my god, do I speak beaver? I actually liked the chicken buns, unironically. I was really sad when they got rid of them. I was going to get another chicken bun sandwich, like, the next week, and it was like, no, they're gone. I'm glad it was found. Huh. This is connected to the Blue Mage quest. I've never had a rice bun. Yeah, fast food in general has actually been going downhill pretty hard the last several years. For basically all the reasons that every large-scale corporation is going downhill right now. It's just also hitting fast food. It's gotten to the point where there's almost no reason to get fast food because it's actually the same price as, you know, just local restaurants now. Or just restaurants in general. Yeah, the milk and dryer. Good way to put that. Heh. Lol, hazardous. Oh man, I wish I could have, like, somehow beamed that food to Urax. I should mention, I'm not a big fan of Korean food. Like, there's something they do that just... some spice they put in it that doesn't agree with me, chemically. But that Tex Korean... Koreaxis... oh, it was good. Cortex. Oh no, it wasn't too spicy. I love spice. No. It was just like I said, chemically. It's not a oh god, what's that stupid thing called? That spice I can't have. Hang on. No, it's not MSG. Hang on. This is gonna bother me. Anise. Star anise. That's it. Yep. Both remarkably docile. What a marvelous stroke of luck to be reunited with my quarry so quickly. This vindicates my decision to travel all this way. See, our professor recently absconded, leaving me and my researchers vying for a vacated position. Yeah, anise is pretty common, which sucks because I can't do it. Same reason I can't do fennel, same reason I can't do black licorice. So some of you are immediately like, oh yeah, no, that makes perfect sense. I can't either. And some of you are like, but why, Lore? Like I said, it is literally a chemical thing. It's the cilantro thing all over again. Some people can't have specific things because it's just vomit-inducing, and for other people, it's perfectly fine. I actually know someone personally who has the cilantro soap gene, for example. I'm lucky. I only really have the one thing. Because the three things are all kind of related, right? Anise, black licorice, and fennel are pretty similar to each other. And yeah, it's pretty easy to replace anise with something else. That's the only reason I can actually eat pho. Which is good, because I love pho. Spicy deep-fried black licorice, served in an anise broth. No, Loke. Like, don't worry about it. If you don't understand, don't worry about it, because it really is one of those things which either you have or you don't. And it sounds like you do not. I did know, but the answer, of course, to which region I like is I have no idea. I don't like most plain things in general, so that's probably not what it is for me. Although I do love a good vanilla. Never underestimate the flavor profile of good vanilla. My brother-in-law... Yes, I do. My brother-in-law loves black licorice, so I got him for his birthday some really nice, rather expensive imported Swedish black licorice, which was salted. I couldn't even be nearby when he opened the thing, because the smell of it was so bad. He liked it. What's funny is generally I like most Asian foods, right? Good Taiwan food, or sorry, not Taiwan, Thailand. So good Thai food, good Japanese food, good Chinese food, and good Korean food is legit. This part of the stream is just trying to make you hungry. Oh man, Thai curry. Once again, about a state ago, there was this place that my sister loved to take me to periodically, and it was just Thai food. And I just got the curry, like every single time. It was strange having curry that was that non-spicy, but it was very flavorful. You've missed nothing, Talia, don't you worry. I'm actually almost done cleaning up side quests. Sorry, Wenlock. Here, I'll talk about something much worse than food. Delicious food! No, Here, you want to hear something really stupid? So I like making my own sandwiches, and the biggest key I've always said is to make sure you actually cook the meat, and you actually toast the bread in the pan that you're using to cook the meat, and the flavor just seeps, right? Other than that, it's a really basic sandwich, you know, a big old chunk of bread, some slices of meat. I usually do meat, cheese, and then cook it that way so the cheese and the meat kind of soak into each other as well. But other than that, it's just like lettuce, tomatoes, onions, maybe some mustard if I feel like it. And yet that extremely simple dish is still one of the better things I've made in a while. Occasionally I put eggs on it, depends on my mood. Like I've said before, if you have one of my sandwiches, you're not going to be able to go back at that point. I make a damn good sandwich. Oh, I love a good pretzel bun. You have to properly bake, not bake, saute? I'm not sure what word to use there. You have to cook it on the skillet, right? You have to cook a pretzel bun on the skillet. Well, I was doing most of this off camera, Talia, and then someone asked me to do some of it on camera. So I paused in doing it off camera. I'm kind of sad that I did, because those quests kind of sucked. Like, that was a whole bunch of nothing. No, I agree, Talia. I think I might, going forward, start doing side quests off camera in general. Because, like, it feels like the plot has happened, and therefore it just feels weird to go side quest now that the plot is here. Because, you know, this is the next zone. No, that's true, Blade Taval. That's the gamble, isn't it? Because some of the side quests are, like, really good. And then there's the 2 zones of side quests I just did, which really weren't. I don't know what I was expecting. It wasn't this. What happened here? This is Yasulani? Raha. There's no sensation of passing in a different world. This couldn't be a reflection, could it? Yeah. We'll never be able to find the villain's lair. Guys? For something strange, but this is like another world. I don't understand. What's not to understand? This is what I expected to find. Kind of, yeah. Honestly. This is what I've been worried about for days at this point. We'll see if it's actually good or not. Again, I'm trying really hard not to The Land of Levin. Oh, wow. I'm trying not to prejudge too much. Yeah, I called this a while ago. Doesn't make sense. Why isn't this voice acted? The tower, was it always there? Yes! Oh, definitely not. Nor the wall over there. What do they have, freaking nanofabricators? The material's not something we use in Troll. It's close to what we saw at the gate to the Golden City, or those mechanical soldiers. Such a massive structure couldn't have been built in such a short time. I'm inclined to assume it's been transported to another location, or perhaps... Now, speculation will avail us not. Let's take a look around, then. Nice place. Oh, I should pull up my Ether Currents map. Sure. Here you go, Colitas. This is what I'm using. One of the only IGN guides I've ever found that's actually worth a damn. No joke. They're usually so trash. Bunch of Tron bikes around here for some reason. Really, obviously, breakfast sample. That's kind of my usual approach. I think there's a fate nearby. I don't know. I haven't seen anyone so far. I recognize the lay of the land. It's definitely Yassulani, and yet this place is unnatural in a way I've never seen before. This place is isolated by the dome, yet the skies are heavy with thunderclouds, and the air is oversaturated with lightning-aspected ether. Looks like a train station, doesn't it? That must be Yassulani Station where the passengers disembarked. Let's go talk to people there. Doing the entire thing off camera. You got it, Lunera. I'm going to cut off stream right now. Yeah, if only we bought the people who are really expert at ether. No, they're busy. Doing what? So here's my immediate presumption / speculation. That is a Mako reactor. And they're pumping souls. They are harvesting souls into that thing. They plop one down, suck everything up, and then they leave. Locusts. Pretty sure this is Yassulani Station, but from the state of it, I swear it was abandoned years ago. That's what to make of this. We should look around a bit more. Yeah, this place looks a little dilapidated. A lot dilapidated. Yep. Fallen into total disrepair as if it hasn't been used in decades. I swear to God, you pull some time-distorted bullcrap on me. If they give you negatives, game, I'll do it! This rusted. There's got to be some time dilation bullcrap. God, I hate time dilation. Ugh. Finished poking around, have you? Let's gather everyone then. I want you all to take a look at this. Damn right. Death to Einstein. Oh wait, too late. One of the mechanical soldiers, long since broken. But I'd say its prevalence confirms this is Zoralja's domain we're in. What about the rest of you? Did you learn anything? Evidence suggests this is Yassulani Station. But I don't understand why the buildings are so run down. They were completed barely a year ago. For a few structures to deteriorate and enormous ones to appear in a flash, if I didn't know better, I'd say time flows differently here. Is such a thing even possible? Really wish we'd brought our brain geniuses for this. I mean, Graha's here at least. We've encountered this phenomenon before. Yeah, let's ask the actual time traveler. Or two, because we're both on the screen right now. Though it may be difficult to believe, our world is but one of several. In some respects they're similar, but in others are wholly different. We call them reflections. Simply put, the rift between dimensions causes time to flow at a different pace in each world. While hours pass in one, years may have come and gone in another. But if this is Yassulani, then we should still be in the source. The flow of time should be synced. She wasn't on screen at Qualitas. I'm not sure I follow all this talk of reflections and dimensions. Yeah, it's almost like you have no reason to be in the party! Sorry. God damn it, Wook! Get out of here! Sora! Stop trying to comprehend time travel, Sora. You're bad at it. Yes, it's a short distance to northwest. Let's head there next. Rather than talk theory, better to confirm things firsthand. You want to confirm things firsthand? That's easy. Like, take out an apple, put it down, walk out of the barrier, walk into the barrier immediately. See how far the apple is rotted. Boom. Done. Abbey of Assistance. It's still functioning? I like the text scrolling. Doesn't seem to be hostile, at least. Maybe we should get some questions. Can you tell us where we are? Unable to confirm credentials. Please present citizen identification. Unable to confirm credentials. Confirm. Confirm. I guess it's broken after all. Too strange by half. Let's leave it and be going. Are those lightning rods? Would you accompany me for a moment? There's something I wish to investigate. Yes, please, Garaha. Could use some general positivity right about now. Oh no, there's a gap! It's okay, I'm going down anyways. Yeah, I was just thinking about that. It's like, this should be weird, but honestly, this isn't even like 5 out of 10 on the weird scale of stuff we've done in this game so far. It's just like, yep. Cool. Anyways. Well, you mean the ones I have equipped right now, Little Billy? Lightning appears to have drawn to those pole-shaped structures. The design suggests there's some kind of lightning rod. Let's go take a closer look. That's a good question. What is the weirdest thing we've done? I mean, going to the edge of theoretical existence probably qualifies. Right. Sorry. I currently have equipped the Vanguard weapons I got from the Vanguard dungeon. They're like light, and like this one glows. The sword glows with like an orange outline. Talking bunnies on the moon. Who were... It wasn't the fact that there were talking bunnies on the moon. Like, everything about that interaction was very, very weird. Like, we show up and they're like, oh, you're here, but you're a little bit early. And we're just like, who are you? What are you talking about? Yeah, we have to get ready. Here, don't worry, we've made it just to your specifications. Made what? What are you talking about? Why are you so short? Why are you so cute? Why is everything carrots? Explain yourself. I mean, eventually it made sense, but like, walking in was just a moment of, huh? This material appears to be the same used as the mechanical soldiers and warships. On closer inspection, it appears to be fine etchings, rather reminiscent of arcane ruins. I suspect they're not merely decorative. Alloyed positives used to harness lightning as a source of energy. Quite impressive technology. I'll share this observation with Y'shtola. For a blessing, the dome doesn't appear to interfere with link pearls. Except if there's time dilation, what should happen is if you try to send a message out, what'll happen is they'll get a message saying, Y'shtola. Like, that was I'm sorry. When Voyager gets its time dilation better than you, you done something wrong somewhere. Twice, actually. There's actually this episode. It's actually a really cool episode. Where Tom and Tuvok gets stuck essentially in a time-dilated space. I'm just going to summarize. And so time is going by, years go by for them, and it's been minutes for Voyager, right? That kind of a distinction. And the whole difficulty is trying to get Voyager to figure out how to get them out of there, and they have to send a message out. And they have pretty much the exact same problem, except in reverse. They send the audio burst out, they send the message, but of course all Voyager gets is like this bzz, and they have to figure out how to process what that actually message is and the language in it and blah blah blah. It's actually pretty cool. Anyways, thanks for accompanying me. Let's head to the village and find the others. Oh, I know, Blade Tavel, I know that the time dilation speeds up or slows down as of the needs of the plot. Yes, I do sound negative, because I hated that in Shadowbringers. It was like, hang on, here's a 5-year gap, but also it's never going to happen again, because the plot doesn't need it to happen anymore. It was so unnecessary. This is Erinville's village? It was past tense. There's no sign of anyone. Okay, actually, hold on. As complaining as I've been, let me play devil's advocate for a second. Wouldn't it be interesting if we are literally a stabilizer for flow of time? Think about it for a second. We're one of the most unsundered people walking around right now, right? And we contain a tremendous amount of both ether and dynamis. If they actually brought that forward into a talking point, and actually made that a thing, right? Like they made it part of the narrative that we are literally an anchor part. Yeah, exactly. We are the anchor point for shards and for time dilation. That, if they ever did that proper, like, I would consider going back and removing some of those negatives. As is, it's just irritating because it really is just because plot. Like, how do I put this into words? Because Blade Tavel makes a very valid point. Blade Tavel says, Laura, you're dumb, and I hate you, and your stupid face. And Blade Tavel is completely correct in all of that. But what Blade Tavel just said is, how can internal continuity be bad? He didn't phrase it that way, but that's what he meant. And the answer is, when it's bad. Because continuity is not good or bad. I know that sounds strange, but it's true. Continuity is not inherently good or bad. All that matters is how you use it and what you're using it on. There's actually plenty of examples, historically speaking, of where internal continuity and consistency is actually a bad thing because it's either done badly or because it's keeping, for lack of a better way to put it, the wrong thing. Star Trek is rife with that, to use the obvious example there. So, I'm trying to think of a good example. In WoW, when it comes to the Legion expansion, I will give a negative to a specific quest chain because of internal continuity. Or I guess technically external continuity, but whatever. Because it's a plot point that really should have been abandoned, just flushed out the airlock, and had been for a long time, and then they were like, oh, wait, here you go, we've decided to keep it in, because we're stupid, I guess. I don't know, they never actually explained that. And it's just such a problematic point to keep in, and it throws a lot of story and into question. It's like, let me put it to you this way. Let me use a made-up example. How many of you are familiar with Splinter of the Mind's Eye? It's the first Star Wars novel. Back before the EU even existed, right? Back before Empire ever existed. And it's actually, the one novel they didn't keep. Right? The one novel that is completely non-canon, that was just completely flushed out. Imagine if for a moment they just suddenly decided to make that canon. Now, whether or not that book is good or bad is kind of irrelevant, because it so severely contrasts so many things that it's problematic to have it be contiguous, right? So if all of a sudden it was contiguous, it interrupts a lot of other bits of story. It kind of breaks plots, breaks characters, and breaks world building for the rest of Star Wars. So if they were to keep Dagger of the Mind's Eye consistent, if they were to keep that as part of internal continuity, that would be a negative. Does that make sense? Thank you, FML word. Interesting music.
My home. It's in ruins. But why? What happened here? And where is everyone?
I had a look in a few of the other houses, but they had clearly been abandoned.
Damn it all. None of this makes sense.
Excuse me? Are you looking for someone?
What? That's not even a remix.
I apologize for giving you a fright. However, I did have reason to keep to the shadows.
Like, that's not even a remix. That's just the song from 9.
Soldier has told me a great deal about you.
Sorolcha?
Greetings, and welcome to the realm of Alexandria. I am Sphene, the Queen of Reason.
Queen of Reason?
If you are the Queen of Reason, is there perhaps a...
Yes, if you mean to ask if there is a King of Resolve. Zorulja holds that title, and together do we reign.
Then you are both behind the attack on Tuliyola.
And I doubt you're here to offer us a warm reception.
No, you have it all wrong. I am not come to fight. Zorulja rules alongside me, but that is a matter of expedience. In truth, we are at odds, he and I. It is at considerable risk to myself and my people that I come before you to beg your aid.
Our aid? I'll admit I cannot imagine King Zorolja is keen to share and share alike. But if what you say is true, you're still the Queen.
Indeed. But I was once the sole ruler of Alexandria. Until one day, he appeared, bent on conquest. In my weakness, I feared his power. So I persuaded him to forego violence and strike a bargain. I would remain queen, and he would receive technology that would empower him to achieve even loftier ambitions, along with the knowledge to use it. A gamble, to be sure, but if it might spare my people...
If I may, the dome surrounding these lands was erected but recently. How is it he was able to not only invade, but instate a new system of leadership in a mere matter of days?
I've never heard of your realm. And this place is, or at least was, Yasulani. house I grew up in is still here. But 3 years ago, that tower and these strange contrivances weren't. Nor was our village in ruins. Where did you come from? And what happened to the people who lived here? You must know.
I mean, she's obviously lying. The question is about what?
I realize how confusing this all must be. Truth be told, I don't fully understand it myself. What I can say is that one day, people from your Tuliolol suddenly appeared here in Alexandria. Or perhaps it was we who found ourselves in Tuliolol. Until but recently, we were completely unaware of events taking place beyond the barrier surrounding our realm.
Does this not remind you of the Crystal Tower? How after the 8th Umbral Calamity, we devised a means to transport the Spire across time and space from the source unto the First. Granted, this is on a much larger scale, if that is indeed what has happened. Not only the people and structures, but also the surrounding environment. Regardless, the people of Lakeland perceived the arrival of the Crystal Tower much as the Queen describes her own experience. Sudden and inexplicable.
Well then, you appear to have a better grasp of our circumstances than we do. Indeed, more than I dared hope. In which case, a closer examination of the effects of this phenomenon may afford us more insights. Allow me to take you to the outskirts. A number of the Shatona live there as well. Perhaps your acquaintances are among them.
Hold on. If we accept, there's no guarantee we're not walking into a trap.
But if we're to defeat Zorolja, we need to understand how he grew so strong. Besides...
You're right.
Queen Sphene, before we go, Your Majesty, I have to ask, did you really have nothing to do with the attack on Tuliolol?
Noble Wook Lamart, shall we dispense with the formalities? I'll not deny the soldiers and airships that attacked your people are products of Alexandria. But it was Zorolja, not we, who fashioned them into weapons of war and laid siege to Tuliolol.
So he alone is to blame.
Eh.
No, I may not have prosecuted this war, but I nevertheless bear responsibility for it.
Perhaps. I know next to nothing about you, let alone what you've been through. So by all means, show us around. I think we'll learn a lot from meeting your people.
Wonderful! If you would follow me.
Yeah, isn't it weird? You're just out here walking out on your own, in the mud and the rain.
Is that concern or suspicion? If things should take a turn for the worse, might I call upon your aid?
You didn't answer my question.
I jest, of course, but you do strike me as the most capable here.
Okay. Does anyone want to hear my theory? So here's the summary. The Alexandrians are the Terrans. I gotta explain that a little bit, because I'm sure not all of you are super familiar with FF9. And FF9 itself, frankly, doesn't do a very good job of explaining its own lore. So... in the rear with the gear. No, yeah, girl in the middle of the night. Yeah, no, exactly, Dakota. So, yeah. The Alexandrians use souls. It's one of the only things we could prove as a functional fact so far, right? Is that they use soul energy, probably to power their society, right? That's their resource. That's what they need. That's what they offer. Cool. So they need more souls, which means they need more to go eat other planets, which they probably do and have done on a regular basis for a while. I wouldn't be surprised if they ate most of whatever reflection they are from, ran out, and decided to try and seek out other worlds. Then someone, somewhere, got in the way of that. Probably Kryle's parents locked them away, and now they're sealed, stuck there, slowly dwindling on energy resources. They desperately need to get through that seal and to get out to another reflection so they can eat more souls, so they can restore their power. Naturally, that's why they're willing to trade away the kingship of their entire kingdom to someone who offers them the most tiniest pittance possible. And that would be the key. Because the key opens the gateway, which enables them to go and start harvesting. Actually, I did notice that, Rex. So, I'm not going to go too far into how that's relevant to the Terrans in FF9, because I know there's actually some people present who haven't actually finished FF9, but the point remains, the parallels there are pretty strong. Dying planet, eat other planets to survive, stopped from doing so because of circumstance, desperate to do anything necessary in order to break that particular blocker. Yeah. That's true. Talia was in FF9. So was Rax, actually. Oh, neck. I think it goes without saying, we're not going to trust her just like that, right? No, there's way too many things that are sus about her. Careful, if you lean back too far, you're going to get a back full of prickles. Anyway you look at it, a mysterious girl who appears out of nowhere proclaiming herself queen is suspicious. Also, the last reason I suspect that, well, this is what Laibdol is saying. The last reason I suspect that is that's not a literal conversion of the events of FF9. It is an interpretation of the events of FF9. But if that sounds familiar, that's what FF14 has always done. They've taken ideas, concepts, and themes from other FFs and then interpreted them into this one. FF3 is the most obvious example of that, but we just also finished with FF4, to use another one. Let's head to this place, the outskirts, and see what we can learn. Perhaps about Sphene as well. Actually, yeah, Player Chaval. I would be completely... I would be lying if I said FF14 was not at least in part an inspiration for the FF rewrites. Yeah, Kingdom Hearts actually did the same thing, consequently, and yes, I did hear about that act. Although Kingdom Hearts usually did it badly. Put that very simply. Oh, yep, evening, officer. Hail the Empire. Yeah, I think you bought it. If that thing's named Pandemonium, I'm gonna laugh. A most unusual farm, but the produce appears normal enough. It's a relief to see people here, at least. The innovations of Alexandria are nothing short of the extraordinary. Those brick buildings, I've seen their like before, though I can't remember where. I trust you have similar farming facilities in Tyrol. They're completely different from ours. I have no idea what all those machines do. We settled on an approach through some trial and error. The Tyroli have their own methods of farming, which they wanted to continue employing. But the environment makes it challenging. There's too much rain and not enough light. Thankfully, the use of the electrope has allowed us to fortify the buildings here as well as provide what nature cannot. So electrope is their soul energy. Electro what? Electrope. It's a material we use for myriad devices and applications. This topic for another time, perhaps. If you follow me, we're nearly to the outskirts. The fell. I mean, surprised me. This is some straight up surviving Mars stuff right here. Pretty much Pillars of Snow. Yeah, Kingdom Hearts is the king of inconsistency, if we're being honest with ourselves. And it usually is either nails it or is terrible, and there's no in between. Tell me about yourself. Not much to tell. I'm from here. I've always had a fondness for growing things. I've gotten good at cooking various types of produce. I can also tell you how fresh vegetables are just by looking at them. But where are we? This is Yupe's halo, an important part of life in the outskirts. I work alongside Shalaoki, who runs the place. We cultivate vegetables here. With the help of electro technology, we make the most of what the land has to offer and support those who call this place home. They also grow produce inside Everkeep, but it's not the same as the plants originally from Tyrol. This farmland is mainly used for cultivating Tyroli vegetables using traditional methods. I was not expecting Alexandria to be Tron, or the Terrans, or present at all. I'll be honest, other than like maybe 2 random things, this hasn't been very FF9-y. You know, in the southern continent. That's not a complaint, it's just like this is coming out of nowhere. It's a rather lively settlement, isn't it? In defiance of the ceaseless gloom. It's a relief to see the people here as well. Are well. Hopefully the same can be said for everyone. Yeah, exactly. Southern felt more FF10. That's why I kept mentioning the Spira vibes. It's fascinating how they combine traditional bricklaying with electro-based engineering. A curious blend of 2 cultures. It really does, Blade Duval, and that's, I think, part of what's been throwing me for a while. The question is thus 2 things. A, how good does the second expansion do? And B, how well does it gel with the first? And we can't judge either of those things yet. Jesus Christ, game.
Here we are. Though you'll doubtless find much of what you see in Alexandria strange, the traditional agriculture practiced in this village at least should be familiar.
Queen's Fiend? What business brings her here, I wonder?
The Queen has come!
You look well, Paquine. And Katonye, I see you've already taken to your new position.
When she introduced herself as queen, I was expecting someone colder. Honestly, she reminds me of you, Lamachi.
Me?
Sounds like an
It's
insult.
only natural for a ruler to love her people. And I should like to know them as best I can, even the most trifling details.
So you're an AI then.
The more you come to know them, the more you grow to love them. Who they are and what they've built.
That's it. Beautifully put.
And it would appear that she is well loved in turn.
Your Majesty, you honor us with your presence. And who are these fine people?
Tuliolol's vow of resolve Wuk-Lamat and her companions. They come from beyond the barrier, but you needn't worry. They are good people and are to be treated as my honored guests.
The rumors of a link to the outside are true, then. Wuk-Lamat is still so young. Where are my manners? I am Papone, a leader of sorts of the people living out here.
Papone? That is a Tonawautanrig to it.
Right you are. I take it you hail from this region as well? Teshpiani, perhaps?
Yes, I do. I don't suppose you know a woman by the name of Kafkiwa?
Kafkiwa? I'm afraid I'm not sure if I've ever met someone with that name.
Mother isn't here. But it's a relief to know at least some of the people of Yasulani are alive and well.
Your mother, you say? Now that you mention it, I do see the resemblance.
You know my mother?
I do. Yes.
Then tell me, please, where is she?
I cannot say. Not here, but I promise I will in due time.
I have a question, Pepone. Do you recall what happened the day the dome first appeared?
The barrier? Well, I remember fixing a shelf that had collapsed after a terrible earthquake. Then the ground began to tremble. There was a brilliant flash of light, and then... Forgive me, my recollection of it all is rather poor.
Bull crap.
You needn't push yourself, Papone. After 30 years, no one could blame you for not remembering.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
30 years? As in 30 years in the past?
Absurd though it may sound, there is no doubt in my mind the events that led to the joining of our lands occurred 30 years ago. Which is not to say I understand why our perceptions of the intervening time are so radically different. We only just became aware of the discrepancy when Zoralja's military base was completed, and we were at last able to venture beyond the barrier.
I believed you long dead. To have the chance to kill you myself is an unforeseen blessing.
Years. Little wonder Zoralja assumed our father had already passed away.
It's not unlike how time passes differently in the First and the Source. The fluctuating space of the rift between them disrupting temporal equivalence. Perhaps the same holds true here, and time flowed faster within the dome.
Do you think time is still passing faster in here?
I was able to make contact with Y'shtola not long ago via Linkpearl, so that shouldn't be cause for concern. And based on the Queen's account, this encampment may have come to serve as a physical bridge between the two planes, after which the dome was forced into the Source's temporal flow.
If we're to be certain of anything, we need more information. Sveen, would it be all right if we had a look around and spoke with the townspeople?
By all means.
I think we have at least one scientist
Time
with
to
us.
see what we can see of Alexandria, then.
And Lord knows Kryl isn't part of the party, even though she is ostensibly Alexandrian. It seems to have no relevance on anything.
And its people. I may yet find familiar faces among the survivors from Yassolani.
Even if I don't understand the half of it, I would learn more of this
Splitting
place
the party again.
before we confront Zorolja.
Perhaps you'd care to see how we make our living. Though we have always prided ourselves on the use of traditional Tonawatan farming methods, the use of electro-fueled technologies has led to countless agricultural innovations.
I would join you as well.
Ma'am, please, you needn't trouble yourself.
It's no trouble at all. And I promise not to cause any manner of distraction.
Reassuring words, or they would be had I not heard them countless times before. Very well, but do be careful.
Of course. I shall proceed with the utmost care. Now then, if you two would follow me, we can begin the tour.
So, sorry to point out the blindingly obvious, but I'm going to stick with my idea that she's either a bot or an AI.
I can't say that I trust her yet, but I trust that her affection for these people is genuine. And that's enough for me.
There's several reasons why. Her demeanor, her attitude, her operation. But also, she doesn't have a forehead thingy. Or I guess, you know, the Life 3 device. Even Zorolja had one of those, so it's not a royalty thing. A temple, thank you. Right, the forehead thing is the other thing. My bad. I hope they actually do that act. They won't, but that would be funny. So, okay, honesty time. I hate time dilation. And there's two really big reasons, well, three really big reasons why. The first is, time dilation leads to something that I just kind of can't stand, which is lost time. I know that sounds stupid, but I'm going to try to talk this out because it's hard to explain. Let's say that let's say you have a wife or a husband or a particularly fond other person, okay? So your partner, and you are like, hi, and they leave, and they time dilate, and they come back. Both of you have just lost years of your life together. Just like that. Now, some writers like to lean into that, the tragedy of that. But I hate that. It's so... There's nothing you can do about it. There's no point in it. It's very eldritch, actually. It's very Lovecraftian. It's just the uncaring nature of the universe has robbed you. Congrats! And so I'm not a big fan of that at the base level, just before we even get into anything else. Second thing I don't like about time dilation. Yeah, it's unfair. The end. Yeah, blink of an eye is actually a perfect example of this over on Voyager. Then there's the second problem with time dilation. If time dilation... Yeah, I was about to say Aaronville is currently going through what we just talked about. 30 years? Thankfully, his species lives pretty long. Second problem with time dilation is the more it exists, the less sense make it gets. Let me rewind to that episode that Ross just brought up, which is an episode of Voyager called Blink of an Eye. In Blink of an Eye, the people down below are traveling at like a substantially rapid amount of time, faster than the rest of the universe, right? Thanks to some gravity and some bulk. It's actually based on some real-life science, so whatever. But the problem is they're developing so fast and advancing so fast that they actually become more advanced than Voyager by the end of the episode. And that's the problem. Presuming natural progress, wherever the dilation is happening is naturally going to leapfrog everywhere else. And that's going to lead to its own problems because there's so many ways that they could then influence and interact with the world around them, which could then lead to contrast with their own self, and it becomes a knot very, very, very quickly. It's the kind of thing that arguably should only happen, ironically, for a brief period of time. If there's a place that just permanently has time dilation, then you're going to have an offset, and, you know, giant stations like that, right? And the problem is that's now. That problem gets worse, ironically, over time. So that's problem number 2. Problem number 3 is probably the biggest problem by far. So, most of the time, dilation is done because plot. Now, because plot can work, depending on what the plot is, but the general idea, it boils down to the same thing. This is just going to happen, live with it. You know, it's lazy writing, for lack of a better way to put that. Now, I'm not necessarily saying this qualifies, but to be frank, the Shadowbringers example absolutely was. In Shadowbringers, it was like, hey, we need a few years to pass, and so they did. When they didn't need to, and they just needed the cheapest possible way to make that pass. The moment we showed up, everything was fine. Now, that is admittedly another problem, because Rax brings up the problem of this being a massive time dilation. Please think about how little time happened between the appearance of the bubble and the airship first coming out of it. Zeralja coming out of it. That was a space of seconds, which means 30 years passed in the space of seconds, which is, once again, going back to the Voyager levels of dilation I just mentioned. Yeah, that is a crazy amount of dilation right there. Now, Rax brings up an interesting question. Would this bother me as much if it was a less severe distension? And the answer is no, of course it wouldn't. But why do it at all? Now, I'm not going to put judgment on this last part yet. I was willing to do that in Shadowbringers because, you know, we've covered Shadowbringers, right? We've covered the whole thing. But I'm not sure if they're going to use the unnecessary time skip for any point or purpose yet. So we'll see, is the answer there. Not super impressed so far. So right now, I just have a negative jotted down for time dilation, and we'll see what they do with that. Anyway, sorry for rambling. Let's talk economics. No, Electrope has done so much to improve the efficiency of their farming, but it hasn't replaced everything. People wanted to preserve the old way of life, but we didn't want to force ours upon them. You went to such lengths so our cultures could coexist, even going so far as to learn our tongue. I'm sure everyone appreciated that. Communication was thankfully not an issue, for the Turali tongue is surprisingly similar to Alexandrian. Of course, I do remember that Blade Deval. I thought you meant it was because of like the super advanced sci-fi thing, and I was like, this is Final Fantasy, dude. That doesn't bother me. Of course, there are words and phrases which there's no equivalent, but those can be taught with minimal effort. Through mutual respect, understanding, and patience, we Alexandrians and Turali have learned a great deal from one another. I'm sure there's much you wish to learn as well, so please, if you have questions, do not hesitate to ask. Yeah, as much as I dislike Blink of an Eye, there's a scene in Blink of an Eye where they send down the Doctor for like a second and then beam him right back up. The thing is, there's an issue with beaming him back up, and it takes them several seconds to beam him back up. When they finally do, he appropriately is like, oh my god, I thought I'd lost all contact with you. Because for him, it's been like years or something. He's actually had a family. He's adopted a child. He's had a life down there. Now, that's appropriate. That's correct. Was it actually decades? It was a freaking long time, I remember, because again, the ratio of time dilation was huge in Blink of an Eye. But when he finally gets up, that's it. That's the end of his life down there. He can never go back. In fact, by the time he finishes his sentence, all the people he ever knew are dead. And that's time dilation in a nutshell, isn't it? Rather than bore you with lengthy explanations, let's head back to the farm we passed earlier. That's true, Pretzel. He had 30 years to prep for his war. He needed it, apparently, because he's a terrible strategist. Like, dude had every frickin' available asset at his disposal, and he still sucked. And yeah, Picard had a thing, too, in a very good episode that has some substantial flaws to it. It's funny you bring that up, Blade Taval. Negative to story! Alright, we're done. Actually, I'm not joking, and I've thought about this a lot, because if you remember, I ejected it completely from RFF4. The only reason for the time dilation in FF4 is so that Rydia can go from being a child to being an adult. Something that would be effortlessly easy to just skip over by just having her be a teenager at the beginning. As if somehow there's something lost by her being a teenager at the beginning of the game and then just ejecting the time dilation. That's an interesting song. Here we are. I'm sure you learned a great deal from the workers here. And I'm not even going to get into the fact that we go to the Fame Arc and then come back, and how many issues there should be with the fact that we do that, and the time crisis we're dealing with while we're doing that, and how Golbez is doing stuff while we're doing that. Let's just ignore all that. Just the fact that they needed to do it to age Rydia up was so unnecessary. I don't even want to talk about O'Brien's daughter. Let's not talk about that one. Well, I'm going to introduce you to Mahusa, one of the most experienced farmhands in all of Alexandria. She's well versed in a myriad farming techniques. Indeed, the wealth of knowledge she has shared with the other farmers has allowed this place to flourish. Queen's Fiend, do I owe this sudden shower of praise? Yeah, exactly. A teenager would never grieve her mother. My apologies for the interruption. I am come with guests from beyond the barrier. They wish to learn more of Alexandria, so I invited them to see how our crops are grown. I hope that's alright. The rumors of visitors from the outside are true. What manner of hosts would we be to deny them a look around here? And I gather your majesty also intended to check on things here. You know me too well. I thought to seize this opportunity to see how the farmers are and maybe pepper them with a few questions. Although I do enjoy observing them taking part of the work too. It would appear we have her permission, so please walk the grounds to your heart's content. Chrono Trigger is an interesting one because there is a negative to story I will give Chrono Trigger. Just the one. for the time travel. It's something that we can headcanon over, but in the interest of fairness, the game doesn't deserve that, so it gets the negative. Otherwise, the time travel in Chrono Trigger is actually extraordinarily consistent. Actually, no, Rax. That makes perfect sense. No, it's the, Jesus Christ, little Billy. It's Marl. It's what happens with Marl at the very beginning of the game. To avoid spoilers. Yeah, the impetus that launches the initial quest arc shouldn't have happened that way. For lack of a better way to put it. And it is inconsistent with the way both forms of time travel are portrayed the entire rest of the game. Now, I've given headcanon to explain that away, and that headcanon does explain that away, but it makes no sense in the game in and of itself. It is a negative, because it's there for plot convenience. It's there to give us a reason to go after the Minoria Cathedral, and then come back to save her. And yeah, it would be extraordinarily easy to fix. A very small amount of restructuring could just place Marl in a different location, or have us be like, hey, maybe you should go check out the cathedral because, they never found the real queen. You're right. We should go check that out. Check, 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 check. And there you go. All plot holes are fixed. But her vanishing like that does not make sense within Chrono Trigger. Now, I know what you're going to say, and you're right. Her vanishing makes sense in the confines of Chrono Cross. However, the way Chrono Cross's time travel works is not portrayed that way throughout the entire rest of Chrono Trigger. And also, it doesn't work that way anyways. In fact, I have had a theory for years that what happened with Marl was actually the inspiration for Chrono Cross. What you know about my job? I tend the fields mostly, watering the crops, keep their soil fertile. It admittedly took me some time before I fully understood how to best carry out my duties. I also manage the lamps we use in the fields. We do our best to keep everything up to code, but should they ever want to malfunction, it's up to me to fix them. The land and sky being what they are, ensuring a rich harvest makes for constant work. But honestly, I enjoy how involved the process is. Both my parents being Alexandrian, I didn't grow up knowing much of anything about farming. Every day is an opportunity to learn and grow. Anyways, niggle aside, negative aside, Chrono Trigger will get quite a few positives for the consistency and well usage of how it does its time travel, because everything before we get the epoch is consistent, and everything after we get the epoch is consistent. Oh, an unfamiliar face. I gather this is your first time on site, then. Well, here's the storehouse, or rather the entrance. The real storehouse is underground, much more spacious, well equipped with a temperature regulation system to keep the harvest from spoiling. Since the entrance is so small, it's much easier to prevent wild beasts from wandering inside, which makes it a viable facility for breeding and raising livestock. We've even got a few beds down there for emergencies. My parents often complain about how Alexandrian technology and electrope complicate our lives, but it's just a matter of learning how things work. Take my job, for instance. I'm presently overseeing the storage of harvested crops. They'll be taken up to the tower for processing, and from there find their way to every dining table in Alexandria. The work is hard, I'll not deny, but I take great satisfaction in what we do. By the way, one thing I'm not sure I like yet, but is definitely present, is the ridiculous amount of... I can't think of the word. Contradiction that we're seeing here. This place is gloomy, dark, and that looks like the final dungeon. And yet, everyone is walking around like this is just a Tuesday. And everyone's bright and chipper and happy. And this is the song that's playing in this hellscape. God, I can't think of the word for that. Yeah, it's surreal. There's actually another word, but yeah, it's very surreal, and it's like, dissonance? I got words. Yeah, it's been 30 years. They're saying you and yours are visitors from beyond the barrier. Is that true? So it is. It means we're connected to the outside world again. Not that I would desire to leave, mind you. I'm quite content with life in Alexandria. We produce not only fruits and vegetables, but meat, poultry, and eggs. Tending the animals is an absolute joy, but I have to be careful not to grow attached. It's always sad when they're shipped off, but a job is a job. Well, I need to get back to it. Nice talking to you. Please give my regards to the Queen. Okay. This is terrifying. You should try this meal. Oh, man. This meal is so good. Anyways. Lightning aspected bread. Caffeinated. Coke flavor, you know. Don't be too hard on yourself. Anyone would have been hard-pressed to deal with such a thing. Oh, welcome back. My apologies for failing to notice. Everyone has those frickin' temple thingies. I gather you've had your fill speaking with the farmers? Let's return. Sure. Tell me, are you what they would consider a god around here? Why do you ask? No reason. Ding. Oh, sorry. So what are your impressions of the farm? Everything was surprisingly normal. Oh, that's comforting to hear. Your words serve to affirm that my people do not work with undue strain. What do you think of our little tour, Lamati? What did you call me? Was that inappropriate? My apologies. I heard the others call you by that name. No, it's fine. As you said, no need for formalities and titles. Sus. As for my thoughts, I was very impressed. The machines used to overcome so harsh an environment is amazing. Yeah, that's what technology is there for. Ostensibly. Feeling was understandable. Indeed, many still find the machinery behind me baffling. It's a system that controls the distribution of water for the fields and livestock. It's been acting up lately, though. Acting up, you say? You needn't worry, my queen. It happens fairly often. Simply put, it's taken in water that has a strong lightning charge. We think some creatures have become charged up with energy and are releasing into the river we use as a source. The system would return to normal if the creatures were dealt with, but I'm reluctant to beg it of the army. We could take care of it. I love killing stuff. a most gracious offer, but it's much too dangerous. No, it really isn't. Laura's even stronger than I am. Very well. I graciously accept. Yeah, how did they have water for 30 years? I'm not actually being facetious. How did they have water for 30 years? Like, the river would have stopped instantly. And there's no rain. No external rain, anyways. Like, rain doesn't just magically appear out of the sky. Despite what you'd think. They had sand to drink. It all makes sense. They lived in ARR for years. I'm actually leaning the same way, Rex. It's a really minor point, and you could argue that 30 years diminishes it, but the fact that that guy can't remember one of the biggest events of his life... Actually, no. It's more specific than that. He could remember up to one of the biggest moments of his life, but then not immediately after. I wouldn't be surprised if they all died, possibly immediately. So, that does leave a question mark there, though. If these are all genomes, why? What's the point and purpose of that? Oh, no, that makes sense. Okay. Let me try to figure out how to put that into words. They're not evil, they're amoral, is as I think the simplest way I could put that. We're gonna eat your souls, that's gonna power our setting, but don't worry, you'll keep going. You know, a replicant of you will keep going with your memories as we backed them up when we absorbed your soul, when we ripped them out of your soul. So your memories go on to be data. The data file is then beamed in through the temple thing into the body that's carrying it forward, and you keep going, even though you are dead. Because they're not evil, right? Like, we're not some evil conquering power. We're not here to devastate the world. We want our people to live and be happy at peace. We offer them, you know, a continuation that they couldn't have without us. Like, I'm sorry, I know we're a little bit into speculation land, but there is one thing that is a near concrete proof because of how they conveyed it. Anything that a character says is generally considered suspect, especially if they say it to the player character. However, things people say as an aside, or not to us, or just kind of in the background, that's stuff that's a lot more likely to be true. It's one of the reasons I slam down so hard on games and shows and movies that narratively cheat, when they're lying to the air, because they're lying to the audience, right? So generally speaking, it's much more likely that, you know, the people who are talking about the soul harvesting and the guy who was mentioning how many souls he was going to have to burn to stop us, right? It's much more likely that all those statements are true. So we are fairly certain, to the point of near certainty, that they are in fact harvesting souls and that they use them as some sort of fuel. That's locked in. So how could they have this big benevolent thing and have these people living their daily lives and all that, if not for the fact that they have this other little backup system in play? Ah, you're both alright. Thank goodness. Yeah, that we barely broke a sweat. That was pathetic. Of course I was worried. You're my dear guests. But thank you. We truly appreciate this. That could also mean Zeralja has been dead for a while, by the way. Indeed, with this we won't have to ask Zeralja's machines for help. He's been making a concerted effort to bolster his forces, sparing but a fraction for the people's protection. He thinks nothing of our safety, unlike Queen Sphene. That's enough. If you have grievances, I'll hear them later. But to speak of the king now... That could be Taquetta. Depending on how those memory backups work, they could absolutely be stagnated. Just stuck in whatever they were. In fact, that might even explain why these farmers insist on farming in the old ways. Don't mistake me, there's plenty of non-sci-fi reasons for that. But if they're functionally incapable of moving on from the state of their death, then of course they'd want to keep farming the way they used to farm, right? No, she's right. He's never been one to look after his people. Anyway, thanks for letting me tour the farm. The folk are delightful, and it's always a pleasure to meet them. You couldn't have favored us with more uplifting words. My people are my pride and joy. You never failed to let us know, nor how much you care. I'd be willing to do anything. I'd destroy an entire world for my people. Of course, you're my precious family, all of you. And I'd kill an entire world! You seem a good sport, Sphene. You'll forgive me if I'm not ready to lower my guard for the enemy queen just yet. For you to be called that, I dread to imagine what villainy your majesty has committed. Come now, this is no laughing matter. A ruler is responsible for the welfare of countless lives, and one wrong decision can lead to untold suffering. Failure is unconscionable. That is true, Loke. I hope we don't have a Matrix situation then. That'd be even worse. I believe we're done with the farm. Let's move on, shall we? This crispy golden crust is packed with an assortment of popular Turali fruits. That's a good point. She's not a princess, so she's evil by default. We know the rules. I'm gonna eat this tart. Perhaps we should head back to the outskirts. Good queens in fiction. Yeah, Queen Amidala, aka not a queen. There's so much of Alexandria I'd love to show you. Yeah.
What's happening over there?
It's nearly time.
For what?
I'm glad you could make it.
The brain-eating ceremony.
Are you with us?
Queen Sphene has come to see you.
And yes, I do, unfortunately, Loke.
We're here, Namika. Everything is going to be all right.
How are you still alive after 30 years? She was already old.
Oh, Look.
What's the matter, dear?
It can't be. That's the bangle I gave to Namika.
You know her?
Of course I know her. She was like a mother to me.
I see. She was always willing to lend a kindly ear to others, but rarely did she ever speak of herself.
Is it really you?
She must have arrived shortly before the barrier manifested. For us, it was perhaps days, but for her...
Namika, it's me! Wuklamat!
I'm afraid her time with us is nearly at an end.
Has she no more soul cells?
She always used hers sparingly, but at her age, it wouldn't make a difference.
Ma'am, the ushers have arrived.
Thank you, Namika, for your many years of friendship. Take comfort in the knowledge that this is not the end. Be not afraid. Your memory will live on, in us.
Living on in memory. The giants share a similar belief.
Yes, thank you, game. I caught that. No, look, I'm blind. I even called it out earlier.
Wait, where are you taking her?
Worry not. She is being escorted to a medical facility in the tower. There we will ease her burden.
Kill her, in other words. And download her
I had
memory.
hoped to make arrangements for her sooner, but she wished to remain here for as long as possible. I could not bring myself to refuse her.
Is there any way I might stay with her for a little while longer? We may not share the same blood, but she was my mother. Please.
Let us give them some time alone.
I don't remember Andromeda that well, Luke, sorry.
She didn't speak, but I'm grateful that I could be with her at the end. Thank you.
It's not the end. Oh, nothing. I was just thinking that we have much to discuss. Where shall we begin?
With what we can be reasonably certain of, perhaps. Between what we have witnessed and the testimony of Alexandria's inhabitants, it's safe to say that two distinct lands have indeed become one. What's more, having met Namika, There is no denying the divergence in the passage of time. Taken together, these phenomena strongly suggest that some manner of cross-rift displacement has occurred. Specifically, the displacement of Alexandria from another reflection to the source.
It does seem the most likely explanation.
What perplexes me, however, is the scale of said displacement. It far exceeds what could conceivably be achieved with a void gate, or even with the Crystal Tower. In essence, we are dealing with a localized instance of dimensional compression. The Ascians would no doubt liken it to a rejoining. Which invites the question, how was such a feat accomplished?
I wish that I had an answer for you, but this talk of reflections and dimensions is well beyond my understanding. I can only tell you that we lived peacefully under the barrier's protection for many, many years, until the day that peace was suddenly broken.
If I may clarify, the barrier predates Alexandria's displacement.
By several hundred years, yes. To when the continent we call home was ravaged by a devastating cataclysm.
They've already been rejoined.
The barrier was erected to isolate us from the surrounding land's noxious influence.
I see. And it was only later that it was whisked away, along with its contents, by means unknown.
In other words, Sphene's as lost as the rest of us, right? The Alexandrians didn't mean to end up in Tural.
But of course, our next stop ought to be Everkeep. That tower over yonder. Once you have been registered as my guests, you will have access to Solution 9 and its residential district, where you will doubtless gain invaluable insight into Alexandria's state of affairs. Unfortunately, I cannot take you directly to where Zoralja resides.
Well, yeah, we're not 99 yet.
That you'd let us in it all goes a long way toward proving you're not content to let Zoralja do as he pleases. But we're not talking about a simple difference of opinion here. I've come to avenge my father. And to do so, I intend to take Zoralja's life. Are you willing to stand by and allow Alexandria's king to be slain?
A fair question. Permit me to answer it thus. My people come first. Their welfare is paramount. I will do everything in my power to keep them from harm. It is a ruler's duty. Now, I am off to register you at Everkeep. It may take some time, but you shall find the entrance open to you in due course. Oh, and ere I forget, your mother, Kafkiwa, you might try the Thunder Yards to the east.
The Thunder Yards? Is that where she is?
I'm afraid I can say no more than that. Make for the Thunder Yards, and all will be made clear.
It's not as if we have other pressing business. Not until we can get into this Everkeep, anyway. Thank you for earlier. And for being a friend to Namika these past 30 years. It means a lot to me.
Namika? I'm sorry, but I don't know who you mean.
Called that one. Yep.
What? We were just with her. If this is some sort of a joke, it isn't funny.
I don't mean to give offense, but I honestly have no idea who you are talking about. I'm sorry.
How can you not know who she is? You're in charge here. She was under your care.
Well, she's not anymore.
Then in all likelihood, my memories of her have been stored in the cloud. Any person seemingly forgotten without reason is probably there, in the cloud. Oh, I really must be getting back to work. If you'll excuse me.
Yeah, no, that's actually worse that they know about it and find it to be banal. You're talking about someone I know? Oh, yeah, no, my memories of that were already wiped. It's cool. Anyways, I gotta get back to work. Peace. What? Yeah, it's fine. I gotta get back to work. See you around. Hey, you want to go get some brewskis later? With who? I've already forgotten them. Ha 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 ha. Why is that memory removed? It could be a limitation of technology. It also could be a limitation of setting. Remember, in lore, we're all constructed of ether in this setting, right? So, rather than taking data and making a duplicate of it, it might be easier to actually take the ether that literally forms the memories, pull that ether out, and then put that ether into the cloud. Like, for all intents and purposes, pulling the flash drive out, right? And then dumping it somewhere else. He could suddenly forget about Namika. Yeah, we already explained this. It's as if he never knew her. Uh-huh. Could the same thing have happened to others? Uh-huh. Yeah, brain shit. Let's not screw with our own brains. We don't know enough about our brains to screw with them. Just saying. That is a fascinating question, Lunaruth. Unless you're remembering that everyone's so happy, Lunaruth. Everyone's so peaceful and wonderful. And what is the best way to remove obstacles to happiness in our life? But by removing grief. Something bad happened to you? No problem. Now it didn't. Old woman named Namika? I don't know that person. Sorry. Yeah, no, this is just hammering the point that we've already figured out. God. I do recall caring for someone previously. You say it was a woman named Namika? Well, I can't say for certain if it was her. I wouldn't worry. I'm sure she's just been taken up to the cloud. What if it goes wrong? Yeah. Wouldn't the trauma remain? Now, that is a fascinating question, because that actually depends on the setting. I hate to delve into this, but in Kingdom Hearts, there's actually a concept I call etchings of the heart. What it means is, even if you completely lose memory of someone, the emotional connection and impact of that on your soul remains. So you could forget that someone ever existed, but still be sad at their absence, right? And yeah, Chain of Memory and Kingdom Hearts 2 both delve into this quite a bit. Do I know a Namika? Never met anyone by that name, and I've worked here for a good while now. If she'd spent any time here, I'd remember. Great one here. Oh, I should explain the rejoining thing on the off chance anybody didn't catch that immediately. So, they're from a shard that already got rejoined. Probably from lightning aspected ether. So, one of the previous cataclysms. However, unlike what happened with, some of the other worlds that have been rejoined, the Alexandrians were sufficiently advanced that they managed to create a bubble of their life, society, technology, land, etc. And yeah, exactly. They've been living in this bubble ever since. Oh, so that was a while ago, little Billy. And then, so they've been living in here for centuries, and actually millennia at that point. And then all this nonsense happened, and now they've been shunted here. The barrier's still there, but honestly, that barrier is probably artificially maintained. Suramar style, for those of you who get that. Could be, Blitval. We also know that memories can be locked into the soul, and consequently revealed to the soul. So it was the same for everyone. Not a single person remembers Namika. It's as if the memory of her has been purged from their minds. Well, such a thing might be done with magic. We've already experienced that twice. To alter the memories of so many at once would be a tremendous undertaking. We would have felt a surge of ether corresponding to the act, too. I sensed none in the moment. Neither did I, but I noticed something else right before Poponi seemed to forget. A light in his device began to blink. He also said something about soul cells. But who might we ask about this? If we continue making such inquiries, I expect we would only cause confusion. Indeed. If we can't readily solve the mystery about Namika, maybe we could search for Kakuya instead. Well, let's try the Thunder Yards. Oh god, little Billy. I actually had that thought earlier. What the hell is that? Okay, her name is now Bob, literally. I give up. Another kind of mechanical soldier. Looks dangerous! We better destroy it! What? Should we give chase? Duh! I think it understood our words. It might be worth asking it some questions. Anvil, you alright? You look like you've seen a ghost. It's nothing. I'm fine. I can't spit it out. Fine, fine. We'll call her Bobberina. Ugh, that is a long stretch of land in between warp points. There we go. Wait, does Kryl have anything to say, since, this is her homeland? Got it. Cool. out of there, too. How far is this? Okay, we'll see where this quest goes. Yeah, there's just 100 bobs for some reason. It's the evil one. You can tell by how evil it looks and sounds. Found it? Yeah. It's right up there. I would have chased it, but, you know, I'm not really a character in this scene, so... Must be bound for the mines. Come, then! It could be a trap. It definitely is a trap. Yeah, they have done nothing with Kryl. It's been strange. There's a lot of people here for some reason. Well, bye, guys. Time to go into the mine. There it is. They're really spread out in this zone. Good lord. Alright, Kryl, what do you got for us? An old coal mine. It appears to have been long since abandoned, like so many other places. I heard faint voices coming from the side. Let's go in. Yeah. See, I'm never sure where quests go, so I wanted to go get the frickin' ether point beforehand. I kept wanting to say waypoint. That would be cool, Giga. Hear them. I can't make up their conversation with the echoing. Time to kill them all. Sheep. Now for the most terrifying thing in the known history of the universe. The Returner's hideout. Well, no, this is FF9, so this would be Tantalus.
What is this?
Ironville!
A trap?
I like that disappointment.
It really is you! Huh?
Who?
I just had to get a look at you in the light. And I can still hardly believe my eyes. But it is you, my darling Olympia!
My darling, what now?
Oh, it's so good to see you, my fussy little way.
A fussy little bun?
Why the long face? Aren't you happy to see me after all this time?
And of course...
That laugh anywhere. Mother?
And of course, this comes out immediately after we found out about the memory cloud thing.
Wait. Since when was your mother a weird floating thing?
And what have we here? Say, aren't you Galoo Jaja's kitten? I knew I recognized that adorable fuzzy face. Elanasphere was always so excited whenever you invited him over to play. You remember me, I hope?
I can't say that I do, but you know my father?
Appearances notwithstanding, it would seem this is my mother, Kafkiwa.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, we...
Oh, this won't do. Come in! Friends of my Elanasphere are always welcome.
All I ask is a little forewarning, but no.
Just when I thought I was starting to get a handle on this place, how are things still getting stranger?
Kyle, anything to share about this? At this point, I doubt anything could surprise me. I don't know, you actually saying something would surprise me. The Elegant said machines that can be controlled remotely. Is she using something similar? Probably not. What is this song? Aaronville's mother's a floating machine. Alright, that makes about as much sense as everything else so far. I can't just say I understand what's going on, but at least Bob Arena is safe. C-Rod, Kennex go. Oh my god, I do recognize it. As far as I can tell, this is indeed my mother. I can think of few people in the world quite so spirited. As to what's happened, we'll need to ask her. Let's see what she has to say. It's so wonderful to meet you all. And the students of Baldessian, it's been a while since I heard that name. Dare I ask the reason for your appearance? Oh, this? It's just a body I control remotely. I use this for our operations. We're members of a resistance organization. Oblivion, we call ourselves. And we're going to make the Oblivion Line. As the leader, it's prudent that I remain where I can't be easily found. I see. Whimsical appearance notwithstanding, yours is a serious cause. Right you are. Truth be told, Oblivion was founded for an altogether different purpose. And that is? As I expect you've already noticed, everything you see is within the dome. The buildings, the people, the very earth beneath it. It's a fusion of two worlds. Stopping such a fusion was Oblivion's original mission. Then, does that mean you know who or what is responsible for it? I'm afraid not. This is a long time ago, and our mission statement has become more of a legend that's passed down to members. By the time we joined, our sole objective was stopping Zeralja. But we failed to do that, and now he's taken his army outside the dome. None of you wear those strange devices on your heads. Does that have something to do with your work? You mean this? It's a regulator, the pinnacle of electrope technology, and that we don't wear it is indeed related to our operations. What exactly does it do? Allow me to explain. You see, there's this king called Life 3. The first, as the name suggests, is the regulation of the wearer's reserve of souls. Should they die, the regulator expends a soul to bring them back to life. Cold way of putting that. Reserve? You mean people walk around carrying spare souls? They do. Souls are packaged in cells, and they can be used to replenish the life source that is lost due to sudden death, such as accidents. Really, Jira? They do nothing for those who die of old age, though. Distribution of soul cells is based on one's work evaluation, so it's your currency. Souls is a common resource and payment for services rendered. The void-sent practice of consuming others for their ether comes to mind, and similarly, I expect the act comes with some risk. Who's this? So, wouldn't the consciousness of others corrupt your own? That is prevented through memory management, a process in which regulators also play a role. And the reason everyone forgot Namika's existence the regulators are constantly recording the memories of the wearer, so if they should suddenly die, their memories can be refreshed as part of the restoration process. That's how they preserve one's identity and sense of self. However, the regulators are also triggered when someone else dies. Reason being that the regulator forcibly extracts memories related to the deceased from anyone wearing one. Why would they do such a thing? It's a kindness, so no one has to suffer the pain of loss. Called it. So that's what's meant by memories being in the cloud. Indeed, all memories of the deceased are wiped from the minds of the people archived in the system. It's a frightening function of the regulators and an integral step in the soul cell production. For those of you in the chat who are extremely stupid, here we're going to explain it for a third time. You see, when a person dies of natural causes, their soul is temporarily housed within the regulator. It's then delivered to a facility where memories are separated from the soul. The result is a fresh soul free of impurities, ready for distribution and consumption. But you hold on to the memories. There's a mathematical term for this. I can't think of what it's called. It's the rocket fuel problem. Okay, so you need to get a rocket to the moon. So you need to put fuel on the rocket to fuel it there. But the extra fuel you put on it requires more fuel because now you've increased the weight of the rocket. The requirements of the act of using it increase the requirements of the act of using it. There's a term for that, and I can never freaking remember what it's called. And I bring all this up because if they're storing the memories, then that means the demands of the system storing the memories are going up with each new memory. Right? The system's unsustainable. Especially if they keep birthing new people and people keep dying like Amika did, or conquered like they did for the people back in Toliolo. So... And statement, yeah, this looks like an unsustainable system, just at the base of it. Meanwhile, the memories are stored in the core system to be remembered forever. And yes, obvious parallels to the Akui. I was going to bring that up, and then the game did it twice for me. I think you're right, Logue. Well, it doesn't seem so terrible to me personally. All comes down to what you're used to, I suppose. Like the barrier encasing Alexandria, this system was created to overcome the calamity that transformed the world hundreds of years ago. Yeah, I already knew this. Amidst the mounting death toll, scientists used Electrope to devise a means to save what lives they could so the nation could endure. No, Lunarith. It's a kindness. I already explained this twice, actually. It's so that you don't have to suffer the pain of loss. They make people forget others so you don't have to remember that they were ever there. I understand the people of Alexandria did what they believed was best to save their people. I just find it hard to believe that Tirali would also accept this way of living. And yeah, it's very much by design, Lunarith. It came as a shock to us as well. In fact, a great many were opposed to it. Which is why use of regulators was never compulsory. The people have always been free to go without them if they so wish. Sphene didn't strike me as this. You know what we could do to fix this, Savicom? Let's summon a demon! And then, like, drain its energy into the soul system. I think that'll work out a lot better. Yeah, by the way, this is Type 0 all over again. I wasn't going to go too much into that, but Type 0 has this, more or less this exact same system, and for similar reasons. I don't want to go too much into Type 0 because discussing it is massive spoilers for that game, so just similar concept and we'll move on. So she's the one who suggested we come to the Thunder Yards in the first place. She said she wanted to help us stop Zeralja. Awfully kind of her to point you in my direction, and to speak so candidly as well. It's a video game, Loke. It's literally called Final Fantasy Type 0. I did a lore run of it, if you want to go see more of it. Plug. Whatever her motive, she's given the people a choice. Live with the risk of true death or security of the regulators. Yeah, Type 0 gave us the meme. Fire till you're out of ammo! Everything that lives must someday die. That is the natural order of things. What is this, Texas? Oh, it is! Never mind. However you feel about them, it would be easier to understand what regulators are capable of if you saw it for yourself. I know just the person to show you, as luck would have it. They should be working right about now. It wouldn't be in the archives, it's a lore run. Lore runs aren't archived. It really does, but well, obviously it's a different song because it's the Tantalus theme. Thank you, Five. Take care not to get struck by lightning out there. One fellow reckoned you could dodge them by jumping back the instant there's a flash, but that's crazy if you ask me. I don't understand what question is still there, Linarith. I'm sorry. Like, I can only... If you're asking about their motives, I can only speculate on their motives. Because obviously I don't know their motives yet. I just started the zone. But the system as currently presented is very clear. It is very much working according to intended function. Where are you taking me? I mean, you don't have to have your memory wiped. You can just not use the soul regulator. Why? I mean, that's your choice, Lunarith. You don't have to use it. That's on you. We are giving you the freedom to wear a regulator or not. To alter memories of populace with such precision is no small feat. Yeah? It was mentioned earlier if these are the most advanced people we've seen, and in terms of pure technology, yeah, probably. I think the actual ancients were still more advanced. And frankly, the Alligans have done some bonkers things, but I'd say they're at least at the level of the Alligans. From what I've seen so far. Again, Lunarith, you're speculating on motives. I don't know. I do not know the minds of people I haven't even met yet. You know, I have never done 200 lightning dodges, not once in my life. I should install that mod that just makes it so it happens automatically, and then just walk away from the keyboard while I'm dodging them. So first, thank you, Savacom, very, very much. As always and ever. Would be funny, first of all. So it's going towards Final Fantasy II Pixel. I might do that, Ross. I might put a real attempt in. And then fail, because I would. So, Hard Space Shipbreaker, To the Tissues Block, and Final Fantasy II Pixel. Who was I talking to? Erinville. What does she intend to show us? So those regulators are to blame for everyone forgetting from Namika. No, for forgetting what a wonderful person she was. I'm sorry, I can't accept the idea of using souls as a resource. Yeah, you know who uses souls as a resource in the Warcraft setting? The Burning Legion. An extremely crazy organized, supercomputer analyzed, demonic army that burns worlds. Seriously, the thing that really makes the Burning Legion, if I can diverge for just a second, the thing that makes them so terrifying isn't the fact that they're a bunch of demons who are like, bah, 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 bah. It's not that. It's the fact that they are so organized. They have a turbo supercomputer keeping them constantly like, these people need to go here in this number. These specific troops of these specific types need to go to this specific area at this specific time. Like, that's the level of coordination the Burning Legion has. They have portal rooms where they just have armies sitting there ready to go wherever they need to go. Boom, 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 boom. Stuff like that. Like, that's the Burning Legion at their core. Yeah, they have keystones. They have ships. They have an entire planet which is constantly burning its own world soul out to feed the demon army to go even faster. They have tremendous engineering feats. They have factories this size of cities. But anyways, I'm getting off topic. The reason I bring all that up, though, sorry, the soul connection. The reason they use souls is because it's very efficient. Of course they do. So, let me explain this. So let's say I go kill Rax. Rax is dead. But now I'm out, right? Like, I'm out of energy. I have run out of resources to kill Rax with. Okay. No problem. Oh, there we go, there he goes, there he goes. So I will then rip his soul out, use that energy to power my gun, or my ship, or my spells, and then I'll go kill Alize, and then rip her out to kill Kryl, and then rip her out to kill Wook. You get it? The conquered become fuel. Now, you might think, well, that's not sustainable. Eventually you'll just run out of all life everywhere. Yes, that's the point. The entire purpose of the Burning Legion is to wipe out all life, to completely etch-a-sketch it down to the baseboards, down to the frame. So, it's actually accomplishing the primary goal of the Legion while fueling the conquest of the Legion. Yeah, it has been mentioned before. It is actually possible that Azeroth is the last planet that has life on it in the galaxy. We don't know that for certainty, but we know they have done a lot of work before they got to us. Anyways. Oh, I should probably res Rax. Hang on. I'll burn this soul to do it. There we go. Okay, we're cool. Outland... I mean, I guess Outland kind of qualifies? I'll give you that one. If we count Outland, that would bring the total up to 2. Yeah, no kidding, Salvacom. It is... I did that very much on purpose in RFF2. The whole point... so the way it works in the rewrite of Final Fantasy is that actually anybody could burn someone's life or soul, or whatever you want to call it, as magical energy. The problem is that's extremely dangerous. Like, even if you throw morality out the window, you're just like, wahaha, I'm evil. It's still something that's more likely to damage you in the process of doing so. We actually saw that with Leon. And Leon completely self-destructing mentally and literally physically because of that. The only one who was able to accomplish that with any modicum of success was Mateus, and that's because he was that freaking good, and he spent years researching it. So it is the responsibility of the Thunderyard's hunters to fell any fiends found wandering the area. We're to meet an acquaintance of mine, Strika, one of these hunters. Okay. Yeah, I'm wondering too, Rax. Because, yeah, how do they... Like, what is this doing to the people born in the bubble, you know? I mentioned earlier briefly the concept that this might be a Matrix situation. What I meant is, in the Matrix, people are born in vats to be added to the Matrix so they can get new people into the cycle. Let's ignore the world building of Matrix for a second. We all know it's nonsense. I'm not sure if that's a compliment or not, but I'll take it. So, there's only really one way to research something like that that nobody else has any books on, Savicom. Just filling out the map really quick here while I'm right here. Come on. There we go. And there's one over here. Let's go grab that really quick. There's an interesting thought if an L-word. Damn it. Yeah, Takoido's quite correct. When there's no books, you go do it yourself. And you do it, and that the part of the horror that was intended behind Mateus, I never said it outright, was that he was meticulous. He was organized, right? He knew what he was doing. He knew how to do it. In fact, the only reason he was stopped at all was essentially because of a fluke. There was something he didn't even know about that was uniquely suited to stopping him. I hope I can one-up Mateus with Zemus when we get there. We'll see, though. I'll just walk through here. Where is that outfit? Let's see. Maybe? Did I fix it? Ultima. Pillars of Snow. Ultima in our Final Fantasy is a uniquely anti-mage spell. It specifically and precisely divests someone from a majority of... It basically cuts the cords of access from a mage to their power. Their magical power. Yep, that worked. Essentially, yeah, it's based... Sorry, you're right. I could have just said monoburn. It's a monoburn. It's a monoburn that was a state secret for decades, possibly centuries. I haven't decided yet. Because, of course, a city of mages wouldn't want everyone to know that a monoburn spell exists. That's also why it didn't completely nerf Mateus. He was just that good and was channeling that much power that it brought him down from ridiculous levels of strength to simply being an archmage. That's how the party's able to defeat him. I knew. I'm sorry. Maverick asks a good question, and the answer is I'm not sure yet. I'm sorry. I'm really trying to get caught up on streaming, and I have yet to succeed. Given the opportunity... And Zach shows up. Given the opportunity, I should very much like to study Electro on behalf of the students. Yet maybe not. Well, I'm not blind to the potential benefits of these regulators. The risks inherent in giving another party the power to alter your memories cannot be overstated. Never mind ethical implications of using souls in such a fashion. Yeah, it's duh. Essentially. By its name, I take it this facility is for gathering lightning energy. What is the box? I'm guessing food. Insert what's in the box meme. What are you doing here? I'm with so many friends. Apologies for the interruption. I was hoping they might observe you at work. Hunting, you mean? That's fine, I guess. Hold on, I assumed they were wearing special regulators like Queen's Fiend's crown. Aha! But they aren't wearing anything at all. It's much too dangerous to be here without one. What if they're struck by lightning or attacked by beasts? I can assure you they're all quite capable of looking after themselves. If anything goes amiss, I'll take full responsibility. Well, don't say I didn't warn you. Dangers aside, there isn't really much to see. Bobina here said you're a hunter, but wouldn't it be easier for those mechanical soldiers to guard the place? It would, if not for the fact that they're weak to lightning. The Thunder Yard being what it is, they've been ordered to steer clear. Some good they are, huh? But these facilities are vital to the upkeeping of Alexandria's infrastructure, so it falls to hunters like me to deal with fiends. Given the danger, we're well compensated for our work. It's a perfect profession for anyone looking to build up savings. The special selection of souls for hunters isn't terrible either. What? I brought this lot here to see the danger you speak of, if it's not too much trouble to ask. Of course. It'd be a shame to waste my efforts on just any old beast, then. You all can handle yourselves, right? If you draw a ruckus slaying what critters you see nearby, there's a chance you'll draw out something worthy of a demonstration. Sure. Not sure I understand, but I suppose we should slay what we can. Okay. I'm sorry. Gigapudding's title is On the Hypetron. Which makes sense, given Dragon Age 4 just came out. Oh yeah, Giga, I have a question for you. What do you think of the save system in Dragon Age 4? You like it? Okay. So for those of you at home wondering, the save system in Dragon Age 4 is very similar to the save system in Doom Eternal or Doom 4. In other words, there is no save system. There are checkpoints which serve as autosaves. You can make a manual save, but it actually doesn't. If you make a manual save, what it does is it resets you the most recent autosave, including your physical location. So that can be problematic, especially given when exactly you might want to reload a save. It also has no form of quick save or quick load, for that matter. You can, however, reload checkpoints. There are lots of autosaves, but that might actually be triple negative territory, because that is a truly terrible save system. The specifics will depend on exactly how many and where the autosaves are placed, because that's its own thing. But in an era where we have the ability to save in mid-conversation and mid-combat, that's unacceptable. Sorry, I was asking a little bit of a leading question, Giga. I apologize. I've kind of already made up my mind that that's a terrible save system, but I was legitimately curious of your opinion. I just hope I like the game in general. No, that's not true. I just hope that people like the game in general. Whether I like it or not isn't particularly relevant. This one will do nicely. Okay. Probably Inami Shao. What I am legitimately expecting is Dragon Age 2. As much good as bad. Like the save system. That's nonsense. Guys, are you this stupid? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be negative. You guys are very stupid. We're being sent here to see a demonstration of the soul renewal system in action. Why are you acting wigged out that she just fell over and died? You're literally here to watch the re-res. Come on. Why are we all shocked by this? We've seen this happen in front of us. Are you mad? Seriously, let us help. I told you not to worry. This will only take a moment. Speaking of things we've already seen... That's a good question, Luke. I don't know. I think I understand how Zoralja was able to return from the dead and defeat Papa. As soon as the regulator turned red, you're possessed. Such a form can only be achieved from gorging yourself on souls. So, enough souls can change your appearance. That makes sense, considering souls are primarily consistent of ether, and we are primarily consistent of ether, so... Unlike Resident Evil, where you just kind of grow eyeballs from the air. Actually, going back to work. Take care. Right. So, regulators can be loaded with two kinds of souls, those of people and those of beasts. The souls of the dead can be used to grant the user preternatural strength. Naturally, they can also be used to ensure no one suffers an untimely death. What about the soul of the beasts? They work much in the same fashion, imbuing with the strength of the chosen animal. If, for example, you use the soul of a wolf, you grow more agile and feral, as you saw with her. Using several of the same type at once, however, would result in physical changes. Your teeth become fangs, your nails claws, and then you become a Final Fantasy boss. Yeah, I was gonna say, Blue Mage, ho! With a little bit of Beastmaster mixed in there. It's okay, they're never going to give us Beastmaster in this game. So yes, this is reminiscent of the Void Scent, yet unlike the Void, where the cycle of death and rebirth is simply broken, souls here are forcibly taken before they might reach the Ethereal Sea. Different means, similar ends. Yeah, hell, in other words. A cycle to which all in the dome are bound. This is wrong. This is all wrong. Thank you, Alize! Like, I'm sorry. One of the things I've always liked about Alize is that, well, she's not stupid by any measure. She's usually been more the emotional side of things. Like, everyone's just talking about this all clinically, and I'm just sitting here going, this is horrific! This is awful! And, if my theory is correct, it's also unsustainable without a new influx of souls. So it's even worse. Because holy crap. Yeah, she's McCoy. That's a good way to put it. She's the McCoy of the group. This is horrific. It is hard to accept being so far removed from our own beliefs. Uh-huh. Perhaps more shocking is the technology to achieve all this was developed hundreds of years ago. Prowl, do I need to show you the Allegan ruins that I have torn to shreds? The The civilizations and the reflections are surprising indeed. Okay. Yeah, no, again, I'm sorry. I cannot believe this is a sustainable system. Probably Pillars of Stone. That's my immediate presumption. Alec didn't actually exist for very long, if I'm remembering my history correctly. Like, they were kind of like one of those civilizations. Right? Like, I'm remembering that correctly. Maybe? No, I don't know. I don't know how long Alec lasted. Sveen speaks of lived experiences that suggest she's far older than she appears. Considering the power of the regulators, perhaps it's not so far-fetched. Yeah, but they're not, Loke, are they? When Emmett Selk spoke of surprising civilizations and other reflections, I wonder if he had Alexandria in mind. Having seen the beauty of the ethereal sea firsthand, I can't accept what they've done here in Alexandria. I understand that this is part of their culture, but it's no less disconcerting. I've never seen it for myself, but it's said that if a beast soul is potent enough, a single soul is enough to induce a monstrous transformation. Well, we have our thoughts on souls. Now the important thing is to know what power Zoraljah has at its disposal. It's one thing to separate corporeal ether from incorporeal ether, but to strip memories from the soul entirely is unprecedented technology. It's no longer Tuliolo's concern. With this newfound power, Zoraljah has become a real threat to the entire world. Okay. Indeed, he has to be stopped, no matter the cost. That's true, Little Billy. I trust you've gained insight into the souls of Alexandria. It's shocking, I know. I was overwhelmed at first. I expect you'll need some time to digest, but for now, let's head back to Earth and Sky. There's something I want to discuss with everyone. Let's take a moment before we head to the tunnel. Yeah, does it have to be a world-ending threat? I don't mean to quibble, but does it have to be a world-ending threat? Like, okay, I'm sorry. I know you're tired of hearing me bang about it, so I'll be quick. If this was just a threat to Tuliolo, then that's fine. Like, that's a whole city of people at the center of a prosperous and peaceful civilization. If this was even a threat to the entirety of the nation of Tuliolo, that's still fine for the aforementioned reasons. We don't have to make this a global threat. It doesn't have to be an end-of-the-world thing! Okay. Moving on. Hi, Giga. How's your second playthrough going? I'm going off of their words. They're the ones who said that it's a threat to the world, not me. Because I'm kind of with you guys. Like, I'm pretty sure with all the resources and tech and connections and magic that we have access to, if we decided, hold up. Guys, we got a threat over there. Oh, you got it. And that would be the end of it. So we'll see if they pair that out in lore. 'Tis well that we... 'Tis well that we could see firsthand how regulators are used. To draw upon even the soul of fiends, I shudder to imagine how powerful Zoraljah could become. What does Lamati wish to discuss, I wonder? Who are you again? To think everyone has lived here for 30 years, long enough to become accustomed to this way of life. I understand the argument we should keep an open mind if this practice is integral to their culture, but every fiber of my being rails against it. And yet also, I really hate to point this out, but this setting has a life strain. So, like it or not, what they're doing is actually a existential threat. Like in a weird way, right? Like, this is something that could cause difficulties with the cycle of reincarnation that keeps life flowing through this setting. Now, that depends on efficiency, too. So, I'm presuming a bit here. I should jump in there. But if the only way this system would be sustainable is if it was, well, sustainable if it was 100% or greater than 100% efficiency. The problem is, if it isn't, then it is a dying system. Guaranteed. At one point or another, eventually, they will reach the point where they have simply bled the well dry. And considering that the overwhelming majority of life in the rest of the galaxy has been axed already at this point, there are no new worlds to conquer. So, end statement, I guess. At that point, it's Dark Souls, right? Do you want to rekindle the flame? Ah! Sorry for delaying us. I have some thoughts I need to share. In both technology and values, it's plain there's a wide gulf between Tuliolo and Alexandria. Getting there. And while Zora Al-Jah knows everything about us, we hardly know anything about what he's become. Indeed, we haven't even seen what lies within that enormous tower. I don't know, he was killed by his dad before he powered up. I think we could take him. So, here I'd like to make a proposal. That is, we work with her and her people. We need to learn as much as we can about the enemy. The quickest way to be joined... This is the big thing you wanted to discuss, is we should join the rebels. You had to have a big, dramatic... Okay, you know what? No, I'm not actually going to complain about that. Go ahead, Wook. Have your moment, Wook. I know this is your first rebellion. I understand. Yeah, why cooperate with Oblivion instead of Sphene? Well, it's simple, really. Their leader is Erenville's mother. Meanwhile, whatever Sphene... No, I caught myself late. It's like, you know what? Go ahead. Go ahead. Take your moment. Don't summon any demons, but just take it. Whatever Sphene may feel, she's a ruler of this nation. There's a greater risk in working with her and less reason to take her at her word. Fair point, and knowing Zora Al-Jah, we must assume his arrangement with Sphene was not made without some consideration. Also, anybody with a functioning brain could tell she's either been lying to us or obfuscating and avoiding talking to us about several topics constantly. Yeah, we're just back there. The whole time they're discussing things, we're just back here doing this. Yep. What? We're leading a rebellion. Okay, cool. Let's see, what do we got here? Oh, F is for facehugger. You don't want it to hug you. G is for growing. The alien is small, but he keeps getting bigger. H is for help. Brett found the alien. By the way, if you haven't seen this book, this is a treat. It's a kid's book of Alien, the first movie. I am not making this up. This is a real thing. A is for alien. That's something you might meet in space. B is for button. Don't press it, or you could let the alien in. I'm not making this up. This is great. Y is for yay! The alien is gone. It's so horrible. It's an ABC's kids book for Alien. The pictures are extremely PG, as you might imagine. Like, literally, one of the first pictures on the front is an alien petting a cat. It's a xenomorph petting a cat. No, that's actually the facehugger line. Hang on, let me go up to the F. F is for... there it is on that. F is for facehugger. You don't want it to hug you. That one's for egg. What does egg say? E is for egg. What could be inside this strange thing? That's us. We're just reading this book in the background laughing. So, there's no way of knowing that's my mother. Without seeing her in the flesh, we can't rule out the possibility of a ploy. If it turns out to be a trap, we endanger not only ourselves, but everyone in Tuliolo. As you say, we have no proof it really is her. I make my proposal in full awareness of this. Whether we're going to war or striving for peace, we need to learn as much as we can. It's called A is for Alien. Giga Pudding. That's the name of the book. As it stands now, we know too little about this realm. We need to remedy that. We need to study the enemy, and when the time comes, strike down Zeralja for good and for all. What's more is he's probably not actually the final boss. It's probably Sphene. I trust you, Erenville. You've always had great instincts, honed from your time training under your mother. What if I'm wrong? What if sentiment is clouding my judgment? We'll deal with the trap when it's sprung. That's always the way of it with you. What? There's nothing they can do to me. Come on. I am literally along for the ride. So, I know I say this kind of thing a lot, but you know what would have really worked for me? You know earlier when we ran a train into a depot and exploded it on their face? I would have loved it if we were the only one who didn't hop off the train and just rode the train into the explosion. And like Wuklamad is like, oh my god! And we're like, what? Are you okay? Yeah. Come on. Let's go hit the place. Okay. Like, it doesn't have to be common. It doesn't have to be often. But every now and again, I just want... I want them to let us flex. Just a little, you know? And of course, we gotta walk away without looking back. Obviously. Yeah, I've been hit by a planet before. What? Don't worry about it. Let's see what Kral has to say. I agree with Wuklamad. It's a gamble regardless of whether or not we choose to work with the people here. And more knowledge is better than less. Yeah, it was actually several planets. What? What are you made of? Lots of ether. You could say I'm very dense. There's something I need to tell you and your people. We came for no other reason than to strike down Zeralja. But I thought he was your brother. He's kind of a mass murderer. Do you really mean to kill your own kin? Please don't Japan this for me. My kin invaded our nation and murdered our people. So, I'm prepared to do what I must. I won't hesitate when the time comes. Thank you, Wuklamad. Like us, you and yours oppose Zeralja. In light of this, I propose we work together to stop him once and for all. That doesn't make it less weird. Wah! I realize this is sudden. That's a gamble to trust someone you've only just met. But I would trust in the conviction of anyone who shares my goal, so fight with me, I beg you. 10% spite. As you say, our goals align, and I don't doubt your resolve in the least. If you hadn't proposed working together, I would have done so instead. Truth be told, it's been tough going it alone. While we've gathered ample intelligence, we don't have the strength to take decisive action. Besides, how could we not trust you? My only son is with you, my fussy little bun-bun. He's all the reason I need. It's decided. Here's to fruitful collaboration. Time to join the resistance. Act 4000. What we're up to now. Thank you. Everyone will be achieved great things, I'm sure of it. So, the king resides on the uppermost level, but while the queen's fiend has a penchant for going out in public, he seldom shows himself. What's more, his movements are highly classified. Not even his commanders are privy to that information. If anyone knows where he is at a given time, it could only be the queen. Even if we don't know his whereabouts, Zeralja will eventually march into Tuliolol again. That's when we go after him. The drawback is we'd have to wait for the invasion to happen. Innocents would be put in harm's way. There's also the possibility he'll leave everything to his minions and not command the army in person. No, he'll take the field. What makes you so certain? My brothers always yearned to surpass our father. That's why he attacked Tuliolol. After waiting for 30 years, the first thing he did was to demonstrate his newfound strength. But killing Papa didn't satisfy him, so now he's bent on proving himself stronger than me and Koana, who bested him in the right of succession. He challenged me to strike him down. He wants a duel to show everyone he's superior to the Dawn Servant. That's why he hasn't appeared and given you a chance. Surely he's aware of our presence here. At that I can only guess, but perhaps he wants to dazzle us with his wondrous realm. But if he won't deign to appear, we'll force him to. Even as we gather intelligence, we make no move to attack him. Show absolutely no interest in confrontation. Knowing him, he'll tire of waiting and turn his attention to Koana instead. He'll attack Toliolo again, like he said he would. You see, if you believe this is the best approach, then we have no objections. Any campaign against Toliolo requires Zoralja leads his forces through Vanguard. We'll have lookouts keep an eye for it day and night. Such a strategy is certainly viable. If we're proceeding with it, though, we should warn those outside. Indeed. Good thing we have link pearls. I should be glad to coordinate our efforts. I'm already in contact with Y'shtola. I will make sure to keep our comrades apprised. You're welcome, Giga. You can leave Vanguard to us. We'll send word at the first sign of movement. Seems we have a plan. You're right, Blade Duel. While we wait for Zoralja to move, you should go do side quests. Let me show you the main HQ. Oh, I thought this place was it. You'll be impressed to know we've located right inside the tower in the residential district of Solution 9. FF9 reference. About that, Sphene said she'd make it so we could enter without issue. She did? Curious. She's not supposed to have such authority over the sentries. If I recall correctly, her words were she would register us as guests. Let me see. Perhaps we're in the clear then. When you're ready, come at me. Yeah, we couldn't even get an Ishgard house. That's been around for years. Give us a moment to properly introduce ourselves. No, I'm good. Bye. Right into another cutscene. Well, Oblivion has operatives all over. We're the main crew here. I'm Geode, and the dependable young twins behind me are Nostalgia and Wiyakwe. I'm Nostalgia. Pleasure to meet you. My sister and I were born and raised inside the barrier. We've been with Oblivion for 3 years. Our main duties are surveillance and provisioning. Twins, huh? That explains the resemblance. Whoop. Our mother is Tutiola and our father's Alexandria. They want to honor both cultures. Yeah, I can recognize FF9 remix's little one. They're beautiful names. Thank you. Though I have no memory of my mother, I like to think I carry a part of her with me. So what made you decide to join Oblivion? She just told you. We wanted to avenge our father. Ambrose was his name, and years ago he was taken away after a scuffle with a soldier over a disagreement. It was a minor incident, so at first we clung to the hope he'd be released, but when months went by with no word, we made the decision to remove our regulators. We had already lost the memories of our mother. We didn't want to lose those of our father as well. They've all forgotten about him now, everyone who had known him. That bastard, even here he thinks nothing of his own people. Sometime later, we were approached by a member of Oblivion. Hoping to get justice for our father, we joined the Order. Sorry, I didn't mean to darken the mood. Darkness! No parents! Together we'll avenge your father, and my father, and his father, and their fathers. Our father's father, and their father's fathers. Anyways, pretty much the same story for me, and while my name is a Tonawalton name, I haven't the faintest how things are outside the barrier. It's my dream to go see with my own eyes, our mother's homeland. Oh my god, do we have parents? Once peace is restored, you must visit. The wilds are beautiful, the food is delicious, everyone's so nice. It's a little bit less advanced. We haven't figured out indoor plumbing yet. It isn't exactly my place to say this, but thank you for seeking out your mother. She talks about you so much it's clear how important you are to her. That's all. Be good to your mother while you still can, huh? Oh, there's a death flag if there ever was one. We'll let you go. Feel free to use the hideout as you like. That's true. We did have Count Fortem as our father. Meanwhile, elsewhere. Well, there's your server room. That's got to be generating so much heat.
You've been consulting with Wook Lamont.
You really don't deserve this song.
No matter. I do not know what you are scheming. But when your realm lay on the brink, you were powerless. You had no choice but to turn to me. Whatever sentiment you may feel for her, it is my power you require. Is it not?
Perhaps. And yet, knowing the love that Wook Lamont bears for her people, how she regards them all as kin, I cannot help but wish to spare her the same pain I have suffered. What's more, her friends possess new knowledge. Were we to work together, we might find another path. I know you're loath to consider it, but is there no hope for peace with Tuliolo? What we've already done may be unforgivable, but it needn't continue. You needn't kill your brother and sister.
I slew my only flesh and blood. Yet you attempt to sway me with an appeal to family. The memory of my father's final moments still fills me with disappointment. Age came for him before I did. For long years, I sought to prove the miracle. And weak as he was, defeating him achieved nothing. To kill them is my only recourse.
Are you this pathetic?
Who bested him as he was in his prime.
You are this pathetic.
They are still your siblings, even if not by blood. That such bonds should mean so little to you.
I am bound to no one. Serve none save myself. I made that clear when first you spoke to me in the Golden City. Remember, I can easily kill your beloved family. If you would protect them, cast aside any foolish notions. Your wisdom and abilities are valuable insofar as our goals align. So think well before you act, Queen of Reason. Wook Lamont, if you are father's worthy successor, then you will find your way to me. But should you fall short, I will lay waste to Tuliolal.
What now?
I might be giving the game too much credit, but I think Turalja is a strong warrior in a society that doesn't value that. In other words, he has focused everything on being the ultimate combatant, probably because of daddy issues, if we're being honest. And when he finally gets to the point where he can actually make his life worthwhile by expressing that combat prowess in the world, he fails. like 3 times if we're counting. So, yeah, like he's not smart, he's not charismatic, he's not wise. He isn't a long-term thinker. He's a grunt. No, not the character grunt from Mass Effect. I mean, like he's a frontline soldier, and that's it. There's nothing else to him. Yeah, he's a warlord, and he is desperately grasping at whatever power he can because that's what he is. That's his identity. And yeah, he's a warlord in a nation of peace, in an unprecedented era of peace globally. Like, think about the timeline for a second. It would not surprise me if part of his thing was that he was building him. Like, they're never going to say this, of course, because continuity can go to hell. But like, imagine if he was building himself up to be this great warrior, not just because of his father, but because think of the world he was growing up in. The Garlemald Empire on the rise, right? War constantly in the eastern provinces. Like every story he would hear from everywhere would be about how war-torn everyone is, right? So he needs to be this ultimate soldier to be able to defend his people and be useful and worthwhile and prove father he's worthy of his love. Oh, we're at peace. Someone else dealt with it. What? Yeah, we're at peace. What? Again, just to be blunt, we're in an unprecedented era of peace. Like, this world has never known the level of peaceful cooperation and coordination that we're having right now. We have multiple nations that have either been outright enemies or at the very least rivals for years, decades, and centuries, respectively. And that's kind of been being swept away. It's funny what the apocalypse helps to fix. So yeah, there you go. There's your whole life. Poof. And yeah, so I agree with Bragwin because he is refusing to adapt. He is refusing to change, to accommodate the new circumstances. So the only thing he wants... No, exactly a little bit. Like, the only thing he wants, the only thing he cares about, is this one dinky, tiny little bit of satisfaction he might have. So, in addition to being pathetic, he's also petty. Yeah, no, he's exactly the kind of person. It's actually funny. In another RPG, he would be some random side quest's final boss. An ex-soldier who became a bandit lord because of the fact that the war ended. Oh yeah, he's also had 30 years stewing in a place where, well, they regularly mess with your memories and your soul. Now, hang on. It's possible there's no side effects from all that. However, A, there might be side effects from that we don't know about yet. B, that's 30 years stewing in his own thoughts, which isn't healthy for anybody. And C, once again, no war. So that's even worse. Anyways, hey Krell, you got anything to say? Nope. Cool. Yeah, he's already died once. Right in front of us. Oh yeah, there's the... Sorry, I forgot about... You're right, there's the animal soul thing, which again, may have no side effects. I'll let you decide the feasibility of there being no side effects to regularly injecting steroids. Sorry, beast souls into your soul. I'm gonna go grab an ether kernel here. But no, I agree with you, Blake Devil. I think Zoralja literally has something defective up here. Like you say, perhaps a literal lack of empathy. Fictional sociopathy or whatever. also true to me. So, yeah, no, I think there's a few puzzle pieces here that conspire to make this guy as pathetic and petty as he is. Is it over there? Looks like it is over there. That's actually a really good point, P.B. Good Fate. Yeah, I was gonna say a little bit of Kuja in there. Daddy Issues, the villain. I mean, remember, not to spoil too much, but Kuja's final motivation was simply to not die. And then when he lost that particular battle, he went to flip the table. Random voice Kuja in the theater. Random bystander here. Oh, he was good. Sorry, double checking my notes something really quick here. Yep, okay, cool. Yep, Brigwin was Braun. She did a really good job with Braun, too. Yeah, we'll wait on that for now. I hear Lunarith did some kind of voice acting for that. I don't know, it's a rumor. Don't believe everything you hear. I definitely didn't voice like 30 characters. Yeah, me, Maverick, and Platy all were in the running for most characters voiced. If Queen's Fiend were to do you as guest, you should be able to march right in. If she hasn't, then you may have a swarm of minions to deal with. Nothing for it but to see if Sphene has betrayed us, huh? Alright, let's do it. Thank you for your diligent service, friends. My companions and I would like to be passed, if you'd be so kind. Outrunner guide unit identified, registration number verified. 6 accompanying civilians, verifying credentials. Credentials verified. Welcome guests of Queen's Fiend. So, I've actually mentioned this before. The one and only thing that was spoiled for me was that there's this sci-fi area called Solution 9 that was in the game. It was essentially unavoidable, right? It was literally part of the launch preview thing. Like, they showed pictures and everything. And the name. So it was kind of impossible to avoid that. I really wish they hadn't. Because I would have loved for this all to be a little bit more of a surprise than it was. God, it looks like a mall. No, it looks like cyberpunk.
Everkeep. A tower of electrope piercing a perpetual shroud of storm clouds.
It's 80s cyberpunk.
Occupying the 9th level of this 12-tiered structure is a residential district called Solution 9. In so naming their home, what hopes did its founders harbor for it? And did it prove the answer they sought?
Solution 9. Yeah, honestly, like, if not for the fact that this is spoiled, I'd assume there is no second city.
Spectacular, isn't it? There are more districts throughout the tower, including industrial ones, but Solution 9 is the largest.
Just being here makes my head spin.
Perfectly natural reaction. A city of shimmering electrode, replete with strange technologies that cater to every conceivable need. We never dreamed the light back home in Tuliolo. Now, while I go and explain the situation to those in the back room, why not take a moment to explore? I believe lived experiences are far more educational than dry explanations. And you want to know more about Sphene and Zoralja's dominion, do you not?
You had me at explore.
I had a feeling you'd be keen.
Just to confirm, while we have been allowed inside, are we also permitted to roam?
Absolutely. As Sphene's registered guest, you'll find you're exempt from the sentry scrutiny. The elevator to the uppermost level. I wouldn't go near that. But other areas should be fine provided you act like you belong.
All right then, we'll show ourselves around.
Yes. Familiarizing ourselves with the technology here will help us prepare for the battles to come.
Oh, go geek out, Garaha.
Try not to enjoy yourselves too much, or you're liable to attract attention.
Once you've explored to your satisfaction, come to the entrance to True View in the eastern sector. The way from there is a little complicated, so I'll send someone to guide you.
I mean...
Understood. We'll see you later.
Probably the second thing I'd want to do here is try out the food. Watch, it's really terrible. What do you want to bet?
I shall speak with the residents. Perhaps one of them will recognize the earring.
Oh, you remember that you're from here. Don't do the energy drinks. Why not? They're soultacular.
This place. How can this all be the inside of a tower?
So, what aren't you telling me? Where are you?
That I can't reveal yet. Precautions, you understand. Just know that I'm safe.
Yeah, she's not anywhere else. She's in the bot. I figured that out instantly.
But come, tell me about your adventurer friend. You seem to have a great deal of faith in him. You must have been through a lot together.
You might say that. For instance, we found the entrance to the Golden City.
And then he just walks off.
What? You did? Elenishpir, why didn't you mention this sooner?
You want to explore together?
No.
It's not that I'm scared or anything. Everything is just so different from home is all.
Fine. interesting. Yeah, she'll probably get lost. Oh, that's an interesting layout. Alright, let's make us... Oh, jeez, it's huge. Can I mount here? Of course I can't. Let's roam a little bit while we get some practical stuff done. Yeah, no, the Esther vibes are definitely there, but it doesn't quite look like Esther. Esther had a... Well, first of all, it's much more aqua. But second of all, it had a lot less of, well, this crap. Like on the left here. Esther was all about the curves. That's not even a sex joke. It's just true. Esther was very, like 50s or 70s alien style, right? This place looks more... whatever that is. Like even the lines on the road. Look at the patterns on the sorry, that's a little bit too bright. Look at the patterns on the walkway. Really leaning into the sharp, forced lines kind of a thing. There's the residential section, of course. Well, one of them, I suppose. Yeah, we don't need safety. We've got souls to spare. Not a lot of transportation, I've noticed. Like, in a situation like this, I'd expect flying cars and the like, but there's nothing. And yeah, actually, the thing this reminds me most of, and like, 3 of you in chat will get this, is the Cyberverse in Mega Man, which is comprised entirely of data that can physically manifest. Which, as it happens, looks kind of like this. Nexus Arcade, huh? Bunch of players over here. For some strange reason. Ah, crafting. Got it. Oh, vendors too? Unfortunately, we are not seeking a new trading partner. I must have missed it, Luke. Yeah, they won't. Of course they refuse to sell to me. Come on, I've got so many tomestones. Let me dump them. Wait. Oh god, I can't remember which one's which. Let's just do W. Which one's W? W is melee, okay. Oh, this is the stuff I have on right now. Okay, that's not what I want, though. Yeah, okay. God damn it. Just let me buy stuff. I've been level 100 for a while. So if you mean like those little orbule things, I don't think those are transports, but then again, I could be completely wrong. Like that thing right there, right? To the left of me. Zero, do I look like I have 7.5 million gil? I apologize, Bladeful. I will stop bringing it up. No, what I want is the wings. That's legitimately not a joke. It's my new goal in life, is a couple of expansions from now to go ahead and get the wings. I guess that's everything I can do right now? I can't reach the other 2 spots. At least not that I know of. I mean, if it was a guaranteed drop situation, like, say, the Amani Bearmount, then I'd be all over for that. Okay, and that's actually a fair point, Play Taval. I will give you that. For those of you who don't know me, I'm usually the guy who's under-leveled in RPGs. Not quite on purpose, but at the same time, kind of. Meanwhile, everyone in chat is just yelling at me. That is to say, in-game chat. I can't decide what I think of this music. No, I haven't. What's the new Cloud of Darkness mount? I feel like I'm being swarmed for some strange reason. That's true, Loke. Yeah, like, I get what they're going for, but honestly, it's already just grating on me a little bit. I think it's the high pitch of it. Oh my god, that is hysterical looking. Zero. Wow. If I might be so bold. Ross got it immediately. This is Breath of Fire 3. Final dungeon, I think. Let's try this one instead. Nah, this is more factory. I don't know any Cyberpunk songs other than the main theme, and I obviously don't have the soundtrack. Unless you mean Cyberpunk the genre, in which case this is the playlist we're on. Mega Man? Really? Yes, this is Ronka from FF5 Pixel Remaster. You know what? You're right. I shouldn't be using deep. I should use high. Black Mage. Is what I'm not gonna suck at it. It's fun. This is on random. So there's your Mega Man. No, this is Mega Man X3. Mega Man X3 leads more into what I mentally think of as grunge. Deep, distorted guitar. You know. FF9 references, by the way. That's up there. Three different types of disposal. And vending machines. I don't think this one's gonna work because this is functionally Final Dungeon music. Great level, by the way. I think that works. Don't fall. Crossroads already? This place is too much. I have no idea where I should go. I think I'm with Dakota in that it's a little bit eye-piercing. But I have to give it credit for the visual design. Like, there's just a little bit too much bloom and a little bit too much glow. I like the architecture.
Lamati!
Sphene!
I was worried you might have had trouble at the checkpoint, but I see everything went according to plan.
Well, that's thanks to you.
Now, I know you've scarcely arrived, but I have a request to make of you.
Oh, a request, you say?
Yes, an important one. I'll say it plain. I want you to make peace with Zoralja.
Okay.
What? I thought you said you weren't on his side.
We have come no closer to seeing eye to eye, nor do I condone his methods. Be that as it may, I don't want you to fight him. I don't want you to regret a decision made in anger and haste. Unequipped with regulators as you are, the risk is too great.
I appreciate your concern, but you asked the impossible. Zorolja murdered our father. His minions slaughtered our countrymen. He will never renounce his war. As vow of resolve, it falls to me to stop him. I know you love your people too, and so you must understand how I feel. Why I cannot, will not back down.
I do understand. All too well. Let me say only this then. Zoralja will use any means to win. If you would protect your people, return to them at once and prepare. Prepare as best you can. It may ring hollow coming from the queen of an enemy nation. But unlike me, you still have the power to determine your own fate.
You really are a curious one. Look, you needn't worry for us. We have dependable comrades holding the fort in Tulihyolal. They'll keep everyone safe, so we can devote our attention to affairs here.
Please.
I mean, don't worry. I'll be there. So I was reading my comics.
So you have comrades on whom you can rely. I envy you.
You know, we'd like to learn more about you.
About me?
To be frank, we're still not sure whether or not you're trustworthy. So, if you have a moment, would you show us around the district? That way, we can get to know you better.
You're asking me, the Queen, to show you around? Oh, but I jest. I'm flattered that you've taken an interest in me. Very well. I shall be your guide. You're my guests, after all, and teaching you about my realm would be a pleasure in and of itself. If you like, I can introduce you to my citizens, too. I consider them family, as you do yours.
By all means, we're in your capable hands.
That you are. This will be an enjoyable and enlightening tour, I promise.
Thought something was wrong with my speakers for a second with that audio clip. Interesting. Well, who knows, Triaxia? The good news is I've gotten away from all those people up front. Whew, thank goodness. Alright, well, I've got a moment to myself. I suppose I'll get smacked by Rax.